Meine Damen und Herren, willkommen auf dem Baden-Württemberg Israelische Innovation Summit. Ich freue mich sehr, heute hier zu sein. Leider mein Deutsch ist nicht gut genug und da wir haben Gäste aus Israel, so wechsle ich auf Englisch. So welcome everyone here to the Baden-Württemberg Israeli Innovation Summit. Thank you all for being here. As you can understand, my German is not enough to conduct it in German, so I will do my best in English. My name is Doron Chemo. I'm the head of the Israeli Economic Mission, located in the Consulate in Munich, covering also, of course, Baden-Württemberg. And we're so happy to have, I think, physical event here after 2 years of COVID. This is, we as humankind, we always adjust to new changes, and we also always, I think, get even stronger. And there is some magic in the air of these changes bringing us to new people, to new places. When we started to plan this event together with the partners, we asked ourselves what would be the objectives of today's event. And of course, is to power innovation and to collaborate between German and Israeli companies and to pave the way and to build a platform. But I think, or we thought that our greatest aim or greatest objective is to bring in between cultures and people and nations where we have mutual values, common values, where we have mutual interest, of course, always on a respectful way. And I think now when there's again, I would say, of course, a war in East Europe, I think we can see even more important how this importance of bringing together people, discussing not just business, but getting to know one another and developing the future together. So I would like to thank our partners. First of all, the Wirtschaftsministerium, Ministry of Economy, Labor and Tourism of Baden-Württemberg, the AHK, the Chamber of Commerce, Israel, Germany, to thank Next Mannheim for hosting us here, to thank the Israeli Export Institute who helped to recruit the Israeli companies, of course, people, my colleagues from the consulate. I hope I didn't forget anyone. Unfortunately, 2 of my staff got COVID. Now they're already okay, but they couldn't be with us today. I want to thank you, Maren, for taking care of all this event. Of course, to the guests and to the Israeli companies who came all the way here to today's event. We have a very dense schedule. I think very challenging, especially for the moderators in the panels. So please pay attention to time. We will try to finish, or we will finish latest by 5:45. What do we have on the agenda? We have 2 keynotes, Israeli keynotes, which will share with us their insights about Israeli innovation. We have 3 panels, professional panels, led by Captain of Industries from Baden-Württemberg. We have 9 Israeli companies who will pitch for us and hope we can find synergy between German industry and the Israeli industry. We have 3 breaks, good food, 1 quiz that I prepared for you. And I think that's all more or less, so lots of fun. And before I end, I would like back to go to this COVID that we cannot forget. And to relate to that, I would like to quote a very famous German author, a very beloved one, Hermann Hesse. I think Stufen is the name of the poem that I'm going to quote from. I will say it first in German, only 2 lines, and then in English. So, und jedem Anfang wohnt ein Zauber innen, der uns bestutzt und der uns hilft zu leben. I hope that I read it right. And in every beginning, there is a magic that protects us and helps us to live. So by that, I will conclude my talks, and I would like to invite Carmela Shamir, the General Consul of Israel to Southern Germany. Please.
It's not for me, it's more for Doron. this height. Dear State Secretary Dr. Rapp, dear Christian Sommer, dear Dr. Anat Lea Bornstein, dear General Consul Zablich, dear Uziel Zontag, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. I would like to start first by reminding us all that today is Holocaust Memorial Day in Israel. Very special day for us all. The cruel and tragic history of both our nations might be the basis for the unique relations Israel and Germany have today, but out of this horrible past, we were able to build meaningful partnerships for the future benefit of our societies, and indeed for many more people around the world. Today, we are looking forward to the next great innovations of the future, to technologies that provide solutions for the complex challenges of the 21st century. Baden-Württemberg is the epitome of industriousness and inventive genius, like almost no other state in Germany. I'm therefore looking forward to the discussion panel, speaker, and startup pitches throughout the day. Our focus this year is smart and sustainable. It is about the question of how we rethink the use of natural resources while maintaining an environmental equilibrium in the future and ideally fixing the damage that we already did. How can energy not only be obtained in a sustainable way and above all stored and used efficiently? How can traditional industries be transformed into the digital age in order to remain competitive in the future? And how will this transformation take place? Ladies and gentlemen, in a rapidly changing world, innovative thinking is more in demand than ever. We need enthusiastic people who can identify problems and develop practical solutions. But as important is entrepreneurial thinking that will translate innovative vision to economically and politically feasible projects. All of this demands a good portion of curiosity and thinking out of the box. What then could be better than international cooperation? Cross-border cooperation between top researchers, companies, and entrepreneurs. Israel and Baden-Württemberg complement each other perfectly. Israel is a startup nation in every respect. Before we could export high-tech, we first had to build our country. Making the impossible possible is an integral part of Israel's DNA. David Ben-Gurion, our first prime minister, said, if an expert says it can be done, change the expert. And Baden-Württemberg, the land of inventors, has unique technical know-how and many highly qualified engineers, a truly impressive treasure of experience and promising opportunities. If we use our valuable resources and continue to pool our competencies, extraordinary success will result. I'm thinking of deeper exchanges through private organizations, scientific cooperation between our university, and even more intensive partnerships between our governments. With these forms of trusting cooperation, we are helping our two countries to prosper. Freedom and know-how mixed with willingness to take risks, that's what leads to success. I'm sure that we can learn from each other. Recently, we see an increasing number of large German companies that have established offices in Israel. In recent years, this has led to close cooperation with Israeli startups. We see how established German companies benefit from young and fresh ideas from Silicon Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, technological partnership is the road to future prosperity, but there is much more at stake. We are faced with the question of what kind of world we will live in the future and how we want to shape it. Technological leadership brings with it a great responsibility that we should take seriously, because the best technologies in the right hands can make the world a better place, and vice versa. Let's take advantage of these opportunities. Israel and Baden-Württemberg have mastered many challenges in the past. The next ones are already just around the corner. And so, should get started. I wish you all an exciting day, inspiring discussion, and a good exchange, good professional exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carmela Shamir, General Consul. And now we'd like to call Dr. Patrick Rapp, State Secretary, Ministry of Economy Affairs, Labor and Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Herman. I think your German pronunciation is much better than my English. So therefore, we try our best for the next 3 hours. So long will this speech last. Dear Madam Consulate General Shamir, dear representatives of the city of Mannheim, dear Mr. Consul General Sabric from Croatia, dear Christian Sommer, dear partners from our economic chambers and state agencies, dear entrepreneurs and innovators. Indeed, it's curious to organize an event like this in these days. Why? Because behind us is a long-lasting pandemic situation. You mentioned the Holocaust Memorial Day today, and there's a war. We are faced to a war in Europe, 2.5 flying hours from here. But nevertheless, people need structure, they need normality, and they need a view to the future. And therefore, we are here, and therefore a warm and cordial welcome to all of you, especially to those who made the journey from Israel to come here to Mannheim. The fact that you are here proves impressively what makes your bilateral innovation summit to a vital platform of meeting and trustworthy exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that we have a huge appetite for resources, or to use a common metaphor, the equivalent of 2 planet Earths would be necessary to cover humanity's current needs for energy and raw materials. But there's only 1 planet Earth. This makes it imperative that we consistently align future economic system to sustainability. Completely new ways of thinking are necessary. Since this great economic transformation does not stop at organizational or state boundaries, cross-border cooperation is becoming increasingly important. And today, dear Excellency Shamir, we share this conviction. The way we do business will change fundamentally. In order to address the climate crisis, CO2 neutrality must become the so-called new normal. Quite an ambitious goal, but we, the state government of Baden-Württemberg, think it is still achievable. Along with global social, economic and environmental challenges, the world is experiencing disruptive advancements related to technological and non-technological innovation. A new wave of digital technologies is transforming production and value chains and thus driving major structural changes in global markets, productivity and competitiveness, but it's also having a positive environmental impact. Indeed, the concept of sustainability challenges traditional approaches to doing business. While many industries all over the world have long been stuck in an unsustainability and financially viable business model, new technologies open up new paths of a digital, networked and sustainable manufacturing industry of the future. And at the same time, this can and should ensure our economic and industrial future competitiveness. A smart and sustainable economic development can bring real added value to companies and offers them the unique opportunity to position themselves credibly on the international market while contributing to their social, economic, and environmental values. Today, we will see a wide range of Industry 4.0 and green or clean tech technologies is helping to achieve this goal. Intelligent sensors and augmented reality, predictive maintenance, smart meters, or industrial Internet of Things platforms, as well as AI-based data analysis services can provide decisive support to ensure that all resources are used as economically, as effectively and profitably as possible in a sustainable way and manner. Dear guests, you are the trailblazers of a future-oriented, competitive and sustainable industry. With our Innovation Summit here, we want to provide a platform for startups and grown-up from Israel and Baden-Württemberg to strengthen their innovation capacities in key future industries. Israel is not only a leading high-tech location, the country is also one of the most important and dynamic ecosystems for startups in this world. An agile startup scene, digitization experts and innovative trendsetters. In many respects, Baden-Württemberg companies can gain new impetus from Israel. In the same way, Israeli startups can benefit from working and cooperating with our innovative companies here in Baden-Württemberg. In exploiting these mutual advantages, great opportunities for both sides will arise, and this is exactly the point where our economic representation in Tel Aviv, as an adept player connecting both sides, comes into play. Ladies and gentlemen, in October 2020, we celebrated a milestone regarding the strong and vital economic relations between Israel and Baden-Württemberg. Together with former Consulate General Sandra Simovic, Minister of Economic Affairs, Labor and Tourism Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut had the honor to officially open our Baden-Württemberg economic representation in Israel. With the representation in Tel Aviv, the ministry has established a local contact point where Baden-Württemberg companies receive first-hand information, on-site experience, and a high level of problem-solving expertise when entering the Israeli market. At the same time, the economic representation promotes Baden-Württemberg as an attractive location for new investors and talents. We are very thankful that we have succeeded in gaining Michel Weinberg as our economic representative and Jean Ricovert as an innovation scout for Baden-Württemberg. And Michel, we spoke a few minutes before. It's good to have you here. A heartfelt thank you to the entire team of Grisha Elroy at the German-Israeli Chamber of Industry and Commerce in Tel Aviv. We are also very pleased to have the Zukunftsfonds Heilbronn with its established contacts in the Israeli startup and technology scene at our side as a further partner in the cooperation with the AHK Israel. This trilateral cooperation is already a smart approach to strengthen the bilateral relationship between our states. Dear guests, you all know that the close, long-lasting and trustful relations between Israel and Baden-Württemberg are of great importance for our state government. Not only in the position as state secretary, but also personally, it gives me a great pleasure to know that these close ties between Baden-Württemberg and the State of Israel will be even stronger in the future. Therefore, I'm happy to announce that our Minister, Dr. Hofmeister-Kraut, will lead a delegation to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem on the 9th of May And one main event during the delegation's visit will be the official opening of our economic representation in the 10th of May. Now, I would like to thank you and thank our cooperation partners and the organization team at the Consulate General, the Israeli Economic and Trade Mission, as well as Next Mannheim, who made the Innovation Summit today happen. Thank you so much. I'm excited to learn more about disruptive, smart, and sustainable ideas and approaches from Israel and Baden-Württemberg, and let us move forward together. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rapp, also not working? Oh, yeah, now it works. Sorry. Must say your words were enlightening and your pronunciation is ausgezeichnet. So no need to worry. Okay, good. Thank you very much. And now for our first keynote, I would like to invite to stage Anat Bonstein. Anat Bonstein, she used to lead what we have in Israel, the Fuel Choice Initiative. The Fuel Choice Initiative is an Israeli governmental program for advancing alternatives, fuels and means of transportation that was established in 2011. And that she was used to be a senior official in the Israeli government, and now she has an she's a VP at an extraordinary startup, very interesting one. So I'm sure you'll tell us all about that and about some Israeli innovations. So please, Anat, come over. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. And thank you for having me here, actually. And thank you, the organizers, for organizing what seemed to be a very interesting day. Consul General Carmela and the State Secretary, Dr. Rapp, honor. So Carmela, you mentioned before that, is it going to that the impossible, in Israel, impossible, there's no such thing, it's always possible. And Israel is known for its innovation, a very strong innovation backbone in different sectors like agriculture, cybersecurity, water technology, security at all. And there's a lot of reasons for over the years that were studied for why is it? It's because it used to be a desert country, so in order to survive, it needed water, it needed agriculture in order to survive in a defensive way, in a defense-wise. So a lot of defense technologies and security technologies, and a lot of books were already written about that. Everyone knows the Israel Startup Nation, the book. So there's a lot of very interesting things about why Israel became such an innovative country. But what I want to walk you through is one case study, one specific case study that actually Israel, which, as you know, other than those of you who know the Susita, one car that Israel used to make and not on the market anymore. So other than that, Israel is a non-automotive industry country, no auto tech. And what I want to show you is how and why today Israel is referred to as the Silicon Valley of the auto tech industry. Why next month we have our annual EcoMotion. It's the smart mobility community. Why we have delegations from all over the world coming to this event, and why not working.
So,
1 second. All part about innovation. Yeah, it always, yeah. What? Here it is, here it is.
Aware that you from
Oh, yeah.
So.
There we go. Just a sec from the beginning. So what I want to show you today is why Israel, again, that is a country with no automotive industry background, why today it is considered as a smart mobility nation. But before that, let's take a look, a glimpse at Israel today. Israel today has over 600 startups in this area, in the smart mobility, fuel alternatives area, spanning all sectors of that, like artificial intelligence and sensors and data technologies and battery technologies, next generation batteries and storage, so everything. Now it's not 10, maybe more years ago, we had about 20 startups. There was Waze, there was Mobileye, there was the known one. But over the years, we've grown to over 600 companies spanning all of the sectors. And those companies actually got a lot of investments, billions of dollars of investments in those companies. But it's not just the startups. We have research centers in electrochemistry, in data, with top scientists. And all of this that exists today actually magnetizes different international players from the mobility sector to be active in Israel, whether it's automakers, whether it's component manufacturers, energy companies. So they all understand that they need to be close to the innovation, they need to be active somehow in Israel, whether it's having their R&D office or whether it's having some kind of collaboration with Israeli companies, other than just investing in them. There's a lot of activities that those companies are now doing in Israel. We've seen a growth in the number of accelerators that are operating in Israel in this area. Again, 12 years ago, there weren't any accelerators in the mobility sector. Today, we have a lot of those, some of them involving companies like Volvo. We have the Connect office, which is the VW, the Volkswagen Group Innovation Center in Israel. A lot of those companies are active today, scouting for technologies and implementing them in their companies. But the thing that it wasn't always like that. And in 2011, the government realized that there's a lot of competence, there's a lot of knowledge in areas related to alternative fuels and smart mobility in Israel. So there's a lot of competence, and on the other hand, there are global challenges that everyone is facing regarding climate and regarding mobility aspects. And there's also global trends, the automation, the data, and everything. So taking the three of those, the challenges, the trends, and the competence of Israel in related areas, Israel decided to put a strong focus and turn Israel into a center of knowledge and industrial best practices in smart mobility. Now, how does it do that? It has to coordinate all of the players within the government, all the ministries, all the agencies, which is quite a task, coordinated, orchestrated under a single entity in order to achieve Israel as a smart mobility nation. And that unit, which I directed and led for a couple of years, was called the Smart Mobility Initiative. Doron, you're right, it started out as the fuel alternatives, the fuel choices, but apparently understanding that it's not only about the fuel consumption, it's not only changing the kind of fuel that we use in the vehicle, it's making mobility much more efficient, we understood, and we took all over the mechanism, the whole sector of smart mobility as well. And we initiated this, having all of the government agencies performing different or actually having different programs to promote startups all the way, promote innovation, sorry, all the way through the R&D, the whole R&D chain. So actually, what does it mean when a government puts an emphasis to support innovation? It has to support both financially and regulatory all the phases of the R&D. So this means that we have to launch research centers, new research centers. So we launched one in fuels, in alternative fuels, one in electrification, one in smart mobility, one in data. It also means you have to build labs and provide research grants. It also means that you have to take the startups and support them financially through every phase, also in the pilot phase. And the pilot, most of what we've seen is that most of the times, the startups, when they reach the pilot phase, they don't necessarily need the funding part. They need more of the regulatory support, allowing them to conduct pilots in cities on the ground. We promoted a lot of international collaboration. We see it as a very important issue because we're not trying to solve a local problem. We're trying to solve a global problem, a global problem. And that meant we have to have binational funds. We have to have relationships with the different governments and agencies across the world, and that was done by the network of the embassies and all of our trade officers and economic attachés that have been doing quite an amazing job, actually advocating Israel as a smart mobility nation. And of course, we launched our community, the EcoMotion community, the first community of startups in the Israeli government that was under the Israeli government. It started out with about 150 entrepreneurs drinking beer on the beach, discussing, sharing ideas, sharing different best practices. And it grew to a global community of about 7,000 members. So this is the part of actually the whole supporting every segment of the R&D chain, starting from the basic research, but all the way to implementation of technologies. Yet the problem that we understood is that despite all of this innovation that there is today, and there's a lot, still we all face around the world problems of traffic jams, of congestion, of bad air quality. And what the government, the Israeli government understood, and also other governments across the world are doing now, is that we have to now shift from supporting innovation to supporting implementation, especially in the urban areas where most of the challenges are. And when we have all those amazing technologies that make cars better, efficient, make them smarter, make them more intelligent, make them nicer, it's not enough because a car is still a car. And when you look at a vision from a satellite, and even if you change every car to an electric car, it won't matter. We don't just need to deal with a vehicle. We need to look at it as a mobility solutions. And that's what the company that I will speak about in a couple of seconds is doing, transforming urban mobility. So today, we know that people use cars, and those cars have a lot of bad influences other than the hours that we waste annually on traffic jams, on the pollution, on the waste, and the amount of money that we spend on it, both on a macro level but also on a micro level. It's the second largest expense to a household. But the other thing is that 50% of the space of a city is occupied by parking spaces, by cars. And yes, there's amazing solutions, like, well, at least amazing in the sense that how fast the public expects them, how they embrace them, like scooters. And at least in Tel Aviv, there was a big boom, which again says, okay, people are looking for alternatives. But an alternative like that is not necessarily the right alternative. Not for all. Not for, I don't use this. For me, it's not for all weather conditions. Not for all times. Not fit for all. So there's like a kind of a void in between what can be used in cities today. We have the cars on the one hand, and we have like the micromobility, again, not fit for all. And so the company that I joined a couple of months ago, almost a year today, after like Doron mentioned, I was heading the National Program for Smart Mobility, directing it under the Israel Prime Minister's office. I finished the role in 10 years, and I decided to join this company because it actually works on, or actually challenges, the real challenge, which is urban mobility. And I think speaking about this company is very fit for today. Because first of all, it talks about a mobility solution. Again, I said a mobility solution, not a car, but a mobility solution. The other thing is that this specific company is a joint collaboration of Israel and Germany. Our solution is actually Israel Innovation, German Engineering. And so it's a really, what we call it, it's a dual brand. We produced the solution here in Germany. We work here in Germany. We're opening an office now here in Germany. What we understood is that we have to make, in order to make mobility in cities more efficient, we have to produce a solution that is fit for cities. And we made the first ever vehicle that transforms its width upon a need. So this vehicle can go from 1 meter width, which is the width of a motorcycle, into 1.4 meter width, when it needs more stability on the road, when it needs more performance on the road. And we took it from understanding that 85% of the time we ride by ourselves, we sit by ourselves. We're stuck in traffic jams, and we sit and look at the person on the left or on the right or in front of the back, and they're all sitting in big vehicles, only one person. Why do we need that if 85% of the time? And we call it the 1+ companion, because again, most of the times it's just us. Sometimes we need a suitcase or luggage or shopping bags. Sometimes we need another person, and there's place. But most of the time we're just one person. And yes, the picture on the left, you might recognize it. It's the parking space outside here exactly, where there's a big BMW now. So one of the things that 4 of these cars fit into a single space. So think of a 75%, what this means, 75% saving in parking space. And also what it means for fleets, the reduction, to reduce the amount of money, the savings in that. And on the other hand, we have on the right side, we have a picture taken from Heilbronn, where we were also hosted by cities and friends there, the city and friends from there. And this just to show that according to a survey we did, it's 10 times more, it's greater chance of 10 times more finding a parking space than with a regular vehicle. Now the length of the vehicle, it fits, it's smaller than the width of a parking place. So a lot of cities are now looking at solutions like this to let them park in this manner. So we can see here both on the B2B side what this actually means, and also the emotional side, the peace of mind that you as a driver can gain when reaching a place to park. Again, as I said, there's of course there's the electric vehicles, which are clean, which are sustainable, but there's still vehicles. And as I mentioned, when you look from the satellite, you will still see vehicles. Maybe the air will be a little cleaner, but that's all. What we're trying what we're saying is our solution is hyper sustainable. Why? Because it's twice more energy efficient. The whole weight of this vehicle is like the battery of a Tesla. Think of it, efficiency wise. And of course, as I said, it's 75% less footprint in space. That's taking it to the super sustainable. And why is it an ideal companion for modern cities today? Because it frees up parking spaces. It reduces congestions. It doesn't replace traffic. It doesn't replace public transportation. It goes along with it. So you can have, so actually it encourages people to use public transportation, knowing that there's like kind of this last mile or first mile solution for them. And it's the first vehicle that is actually born to share. And it's very sustainable, as I mentioned. But what I want you to look for a second at this vehicle is, again, it's other than the Susita that was produced in Israel later. I don't even remember when. I wasn't born yet. But but this is the first vehicle, that Israeli vehicle. But again, it's due to a collaboration with Germany. I want to finish by showing you this a short video that you will believe me that this vehicle, by the way, the vehicle has a German driving license plate. It's already homologated and road regulated, and we use it on the road. We use it now. As I'm here now, my colleagues are in Munich now with the vehicles today for test drives with the city there and with different representatives from the media and different clients. Let's see if it works.
Wix. Wir wissen, was du denkst.
This is the German. So as you can see the vehicle approaching, see the wheels decrease their width. And of course, this is how the vehicle is supposed to park, but it just kind of gives you the sense of what a small vehicle is relating to a regular vehicle. It's fit for today's city. It's not the car that I will take on the weekend with my family, but for that we only use it once a week a car. Again, look at the wheelbase, expanding to 1.4 meter to give you the stability, to give you the performance mode to be seen on the streets. And I would just finish it with this, that we chose Germany to be our first market. We are here hosted by different cities. We're meeting clients. We're understanding the openness of today's cities, especially in Germany, towards solving the mobility solution. And I'm very proud, first of all, to present here, also for my former role from the government, and also as to promote a German-Israel smart mobility brand. Thank you.
Online?
I will use this one best. Vielen Dank, Anat. Must say that I experienced driving this vehicle
Global
early
IP
this week.
Trust presence.
Great feeling. I really wish you all
city
the best and
transformer.
hope to see vehicles like that both in Israel and in Germany, which might hopefully change the way we use or we commute today to work and to other places.
Meet the city
So
transformer.
good. So
A compact
our
and electric four-wheel car that is equipped with a patented folding wheel mechanism. This technology allows the car to adjust its width when needed. In case you are traveling through a tight
Thank you. Good. So when we started to build the topics or decide for the topics, which topics we would like to address here, we thought what would be the best synergy between both industries, Germany and Israel. And one of them, actually, it was quite obvious, was sustainability, because there is a real need, like we was early mentioned. And the first one would be sustainability. And I was asked several times, I think recently, since the war in Ukraine started, where does Israel brings or their energy resources? And I would like to let you know, to those who doesn't know, that around 14 years ago, we have discovered gas in reservoirs in the Mediterranean Sea. And since then, Israel were able to develop our own gas system. And today we use, I think already now 55% of our electricity is produced by gas. The Ministry of Energy in Israel has declared that by the year 2025, we will not use any more coal. Then I checked the numbers in Baden-Württemberg, and what I learned is that already more than 20% of total energy today is basically being created by renewables, both wind and solar. And here Israel is a bit lingering behind, because though we have a lot of sun, still the percentage of renewables is not as we would like to have. And I hope we will close the gap. At least this is what we declare. So in coming years, but we're not there yet. But we do have a lot of state-of-the-art technologies. One of a very promising pilot is taking place here in Baden-Württemberg in Karlsruhe, actually, where there's a company called Electrion, where they have wireless charging roads. So they build the road, and then electric vehicles, while they drive the road, they can get a charge during that. Another thing which is worth mentioning is the way how Israel treats its water. So 90% of our water today, basically the sewage, is being treated, recycled, and then reused. And basically we eat our sewage later, because we convey the water to the desert, and where we have a lot of all kinds of growth and agriculture. And for this, we're quite, I think, a world leader. So, talking about that, I would like to have start our first panel. Moderator Felicia Ott will moderate the panel. Please, Felicia, catch your seat. I think that's a white-gray one. Christian Sommer, CEO of Next Mannheim. Please, Christian, take your seat. Tamar Moise, Head of Climate Program at Planetech Climate Change Technologies. Tamar, thank you. And last, Michaela Gerdes from Umwelttechnik Baden-Württemberg. So, Felicia, mic is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Felicia and I work for the German-Israeli Chamber of Commerce in Tel Aviv, where I'm also part of the team for Baden-Württemberg, together with my amazing colleague Michelle, who's also here today, and Sharam Rikova, who couldn't make it today. And as Doron said, I would like to talk now about one of the most important topics of our times, which is of course sustainability. I think it's clear to all of us that sustainability is no longer only a national challenge, but has really become a global one. And I also think we would all agree that in order to achieve those very ambitious goals that we have, we really do need global cooperation and cross-border cooperation. And that's why it's so amazing to see global cooperation happening, or like in our case, bilateral cooperation between Israel and Baden-Württemberg. And I really do think it's really amazing to have all of you as speakers here today. We have invited 3 real experts of the field of sustainability, but also in global cooperation. So Tamar, Christian, Michaela, thank you very much for being here with us today, for sharing your experiences and your great initiatives. And Tamar, I would like to start with you directly. You're here on behalf of Planetech. Could you please tell us more about it? Like, it's a very promising name, so please tell us, what do you do, and what is Planetech?
Sure. So it really is a pleasure to be here in this bilateral initiative, so thank you very much for the invitation. Planetech, we're the Israeli-based innovation community for climate technologies, and I lead the climate programs within Planetech. By trade, I'm actually a climate scientist. I spent many years in research, but outside of academia, my pathways took me across 2 pathways of sustainability and innovation. And these I bring together and merged within our activities at Planetech. So who are we? What do we do? We're actually a non-profit. We are an initiative of the Israel Innovation Institute and the UK-based Consensus Business Group. Beforehand, in our talk from Anat mentioned the community of the EcoMotion. EcoMotion was one of the first communities of the Israel Innovation Institute. The Innovation Institute has innovation communities in various fields. So we work with established methodologies to build up a community. Our aim at Planetech, our mission, is basically to help Israel pivot, shift, and accelerate from being the Israeli tech nation, but to take the tech ecosystem and shift this tech ecosystem to providing solutions to climate challenges, which basically would include everything that can reduce emissions and also increase our ability, our resilience, and how we can adapt both communities and in infrastructure to climate changes. We work across all stakeholders, anyone who has a role in building an ecosystem. So we work obviously with startups, with entrepreneurs, we work with corporates, governments, academia, across the board, locally and of course globally, in order to build up and connect the ecosystem players in order to develop. So what do? I'll speak very briefly because I know time is short. One of our initial foundational works was actually mapping out together with the Israel Innovation Authority, which is a government-led body just before COP26, providing information on what is the climate tech ecosystem in Israel. We mapped out over 640 startup companies according to the climate challenges. We split our challenges into 4 main areas. 20 challenges split between the built environment, materials and manufacturing, which is very relevant to today's session around industry, land use and nature. We mapped out, we see who the companies are, where the strengths are, where the weaknesses are, which fields are growing in Israel, which are emerging, which have rapid growth, who's getting funding. And with this mapping, we set out to pivot, shift, and build it up even more. We have 2 pathways. We share knowledge on climate, climate trends, climate tech. This is knowledge to those that are not yet in the climate space and those that are in the climate space, helping them quantify also their impact potential. And our other pathway is actually helping, as Anat said, implementation. We have various pathways of competitions. In fact, ongoing now, we have 3 challenge competitions, which is a pathway for startups to receive pilots or investment or whatever the global partners and corporates that are offering who are looking for open innovation in the climate tech space. So this is another pathway helping with deployment, implementation, and scale up. And I think as my time is gone, I'll just mention that we are having in September the first global climate tech conference in Israel, which we'll be leading. So there'll be a showcase of over 100 startups, many attendees, and again, global speakers from all realms of climate tech. And sorry, it just crossed my mind now because we were talking beforehand about entrepreneurs and startups. We ourselves are a non-profit, but we connect between everyone. So we are a gateway to many of the startups that are in Israel. We have on our website also a platform where you can look to see what Israeli startups are acting in the climate space according to their challenge area. So if you're looking for startups in industry, you can go into the website, look at the platform and find information on the Israeli startups and what their climate impact is.
Thanks, Dima. That's very interesting. And I actually believe you have a lot in common with Christian here. Christian, I believe your activities here in Mannheim are quite intense in regards of green tech, but also beyond. Could you please tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. We're, as Next Mannheim, we're a public-owned private company belonging to the city of Mannheim, so we're in the public service. We are hosting, first of all, we're hosting the 8 startup centers of Mannheim. This is unique in Germany, so many startup centers in a city of that size. I think no other city has that. We very early we started thinking about this, how we can transform ourselves and also the startup ecosystem into a more sustainable and ecological project. And for that we did a balance sheet of the common goods. I think it was 3 years before. And this is a very interesting instrument to measure yourself regarding your efforts and your aims regarding being more sustainable. So next year we're going to have the next step. We're going to do the next edition of this balance sheet, and so we're going to see how our measures in the last 5 years as a company, how was the effects of that. Since we opened up a representative office in Tel Aviv in 2018, so working internationally, especially with Israel, was a very big task for us since years now. And I'm very happy to join Minister Hofmeister-Kraut in this delegation traveling. And we learn a lot from Israel in that cases, because that's often in Germany the decisions, the regulatory is very slow, and often we have a look on those very fast and very efficient ways between realizing that is something to do, that there's a need to do something, and then making it. And this is something we try to get this impulse from Israel since years now, and we try to establish it in our work here in Mannheim. Mannheim has a new vision. It's a mission statement for the whole city, that Mannheim will align all its activities in the next years on the SDGs of the United Nations. And the mayor, Dr. Kurz, gave us the task also to transform the ecosystem in that way. So now we're working on several aspects to make these steps. And of course, it's not easy. It's not something you can do overnight. Now we're working on some kind of a codex. All our startups will or have to join. And in the next steps, let's say in 3-4 years, we're gonna plan that we only let startups in our centers, in our ecosystem, that have good answers to the questions regarding their business models, regarding sustainable work and sustainable effects. So we realized that we have to do something in that case, definitely, and we're on the way. But it's tougher in Germany, I guess, than it's in Israel, because also the industry here, the big companies, they're on the way, but sometimes it's not easy to convince the people coming into doing it. We're talking about it a lot, every day. But when you talk to startups, also to bigger companies, and say, okay, let's do something, and then sometimes it's very hard. And I decided to buy a city transfer from a company during your. So let's talk about it later.
So we see on the tech side, we definitely have a lot to offer. But now let's turn a little bit more to the company side. Michaela, you are here on behalf of Umwelttechnik BW. Could you please tell us a little bit more who stands behind this name? What does Umwelttechnik BW do?
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Well, I'm here instead of our CEO, Dr. Hannes Spied, who unfortunately is in quarantine currently, so the whole issue isn't really over. But I'm project manager for internationalization at Umwelttechnik BW. And what we do as Umwelttechnik BW, first of all, we are a state agency. We have been founded 2011 by the state of Baden-Württemberg to promote resource efficiency and environmental technologies in the state of Baden-Württemberg. This is means also that we have two main fields of activities in the fields of resource efficiency. We work together with manufacturing companies in Baden-Württemberg and help them to become more material and energy efficient. So we have a close look at the companies and tell them very individually what energy and material savings they have in the company. And the other large field is the environmental technology sector. So this is the part where we work together with small and medium-sized companies, particularly, and also startups in the green tech sector, in the environmental technology sector in Baden-Württemberg. And we are also working as an intermediate between science, the administration, and the industry to really initiate forward-looking projects. For example, we have a new area of activity or a new large project in the fields of bioeconomy. So, for example, biological carbon capture and utilization is a project that we currently launched. And we are also supporting the Baden-Württemberg companies in their international business, which means that we provide information, we organize delegation trips and networking events. We've been in December, we've been with startups in Dubai. That was quite an interesting trip, and hopefully we will also have some cooperation with Israel on about startups. So that would be great. Our CEO Hannes Spieth will also join the delegation trip to Israel. So I think there will be some opportunities to come into contact. Thank you.
So I understand you speak to many different companies. Where do you see their biggest challenge in becoming greener? Like, what are their main pain points? Are they open to work with startups, for example?
When in our discussions with companies, we see, first of all, the first major challenge is to really get the topic in the agenda, because day-to-day business, particularly during or difficult economic times, is often dominating. But all that issue to how to become greener is definitely a management issue, and something that has to be supported strongly by the management. And but we now see, due to the developments, first of all, Corona with the raw material and supply chain issues, and also now with Ukraine and the dependency on fossil fuels, that the topic is becoming much more important on all levels in the companies. For example, questions like how can I recycle materials? How can I get more self-sufficient in the energy supply? So all these topics are becoming more important, and then as a next step, of course, that is also our task, or the task of the state, to give financial support to the companies to finance their green transition, and to reduce bureaucracy as much as possible.
Christian, I saw you raised your hand.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of mindset and awareness. And in the past, it was nearly cost-free, or there was no low costs on wasting energy, wasting air, pollute air, wasting space. So that was never calculated in usual economical views on business models. And I think this has to change. So you have to, and this is also what all the economical and the sustainable researchers said, you have to count in what it costs to pollute air. You have to count in what it costs to waste space, to waste energy, stuff like that. And this is something, it's very hard, especially in the startups, to tell them, listen, you from the beginning on, count those things in, because they want to have first higher revenues and get money very soon and very fast. And if you tell them it will take you longer, because you have to count in things you hasn't been forced to count in the past, so it's much tougher for them to come to the point to say, we get an investment, or we succeed, we can scale up, something like that. So I think this is the most hardest part from my view, to tell them, count those costs in. They will come, or they're already there, but they're for free so far. But we can't afford to do that in the future. That we say, okay, the air, you can pollute the air, doesn't matter. And this is not easy to tell them, because they say, the companies before, they never calculated that in. Why should I? So they have to change the minds on that point.
If I can add one more thing to that subject, because you asked for the startups and how willing companies are to participate to collaborate with startups. We had an interesting survey last year and asked small and medium-sized companies about their interest in collaborating with startups, and 85% of them said yes, we are willing to cooperate with startups in the green tech sector, but only 3% really are currently collaborating. So this is one project we launched, Grünnetz, because obviously it's difficult for startups and small and medium-sized companies to come together, to find the right partners, and this is also something that events like these are very important for.
Thank you, Michaela. And Tamar, I'd also like to ask for your take on that. Like Christian said, many companies express their concerns about the costs that are involved when implementing green technologies. What would you reply to them? Does sustainable necessarily equal also cost intensive? Or like Christian said, maybe they're not taking into consideration all the costs that are actually involved?
So definitely we're familiar with sort of the concept of a green premium, that implementing especially early stage innovations may be sometimes at a higher cost. And undoubtedly, Christian is completely correct in that the regular accounting system doesn't relate also to the eco-costs of various externalities as far as the pollution and the waste. But we can also, as far as looking at the costs and whether it really is more costly for a company, we can also look both short-term and we can also look long-term. And I think if we're here also at an industry is one of the focus points here. If we look at a lot of the digital space of optimization and efficiency that is happening both in industrial facilities, it could be in agricultural growths as well. If we're looking at the optimization and efficiencies, we're often enough looking about reduction in energy use, we're looking about reductions in inputs, we're looking about reductions in materials, waste. So these are all parallel also. Again, it's not for all companies, but these all equate to also economic costs. So saving on energy isn't just a cost, you're also actually a climate tech company. You're reducing the emissions and the waste, and also the costs of removing that waste or treating that waste. So on the short term, and for many companies, actually incorporating green technologies and climate positive technologies and a climate positive mindset can also be cost effective. I think long term, one also has to look at both the eco costs, but also the transition risk. And today, when the economies are going towards leaving fossil fuels behind, and more governments, cities, corporates, companies are setting their net zero targets, then there's a transition risk, because the companies that don't actually already embed really at the managerial level and within how the company is driven, if you're not embedding a climate positive mode, you're going to become a stranded asset down the road as people are withdrawing and going towards. We already see this now with our partners, B2B companies, the larger corporates that are looking for the open innovation. They're looking for companies to join their supply chain that are positive, climate positive in their thought, in their mindset. So in order to not be a stranded asset, it's important long-term, especially as to incorporate many of these green technologies, many of them based on hardware take time. It's important to incorporate them now, both not to be stranded and also not to have incurring costs down the road. In Israel, we're a little lagging in regulation, but if Europe now is having a cross-border carbon tax, that means that companies that are still polluting and don't have a positive mindset are going to incur costs down the road. So I think long-term, we're seeing the transition. And if thinking of costs, I think it's important to also think of both the eco costs and the long-term costs that we will incur, and therefore it's not always to be thought of as a green premium.
Tamara, you just mentioned regulations. That brings me directly to my next question to all of you, actually. What would you say, how vital is an involvement on the regulatory side? Like in your case, the state, or in yours, the federal state, or the municipality? Or in other words, do you think a lot of regulations are helpful or not really? Christian, what's your take on that?
I think we are still in the beginning of a process. I know that especially for the city of Mannheim, that there are a lot of efforts to low down the regulations on these let's say technologies, or to ideas and solutions in the city. But it's not that easy, because all those three aspects has to work together: federal, state, and city. City is not able to do something against state laws and stuff like that. So I think it's in the beginning, but I think it's also one of the biggest issues of the public sector to low down this very fast and very, very efficient. Because I think the best intentions won't work if it's too tough to make them happen. So I think we're on the way. It's a big task, but a lot of things to do.
Michaela, what would you say?
Well, our focus is more to enable companies to really become green and climate neutral. In fact, not to slow them down by regulation, but I see that sometimes regulation is really, we have the example with a CO2 tax. And this is something that is highly accepted also in the industry. Partly, many companies say, well, this is something that will drive my innovativeness and my focus to cleaner technologies. So it's both sides. I think it's important that regulation doesn't slow down the companies in their process, because currently, as we see it, many companies are very willing to become more climate neutral and more sustainable.
And Tamara, what would you say?
So I think on the regulatory side, we have different areas of regulatory involvement. We can have legislation, we can have incentives, like you spoke of as far as financial incentives. We can have support for implementation. Well, the regulatory bodies have lots of roles that they can play. At the moment, in Israel, I can say we're seeing two things as part of the climate tech report that I mentioned. That we conducted. We also conducted a survey, and we saw that some of the current regulation is in fact a hindrance and a burden to many of the startups. But in many other aspects, the regulatory bodies in Israel are also encouraging and also helping. And I think we saw this through a NATS example of how the government can decide on an initiative and really push it through at all levels. And I think that also came out of a report when we started looking at the funding behind climate technologies in Israel. So we saw that the early stage funding, which is the most risky stage of funding, has a great percentage of funding from the regulatory bodies, from the government, for the Israeli Innovation Authority, both through direct grants and also through incubators. So there are incubators which would be dealing in mobility or in agriculture. So these are all part of the climate tech space. And just now, the Israel Innovation Authority has set up a dedicated incubator for climate tech that calling for proposals and grants, especially within climate technologies, where again, they're broadening their terminology of what is a climate technologies. It's not just the energy and the mobility, but it's along the whole spectrum that touches upon our material use and everything we do in our daily life. So really, on that respect, we have money that is going in at that very early stage and a dedicated decision to support the building up of Israel as a climate tech ecosystem, to overcome also some of the regulatory hurdles. The Prime Minister's office is now also dedicated sort of a sandbox where companies can scale up or do their first sort of proof of concept with doing away with some of those regulatory hindrances. So definitely, I think the regulatory bodies are there and need to be there. They are vital in order to support the development and acceleration and to ensure that they're not hindering at the same breath. Mhm.
So we're already almost at the end of our time, but I would like to ask you one last question to all of you and have a look with you into the future. What would you say? What is a likely scenario? What's going to happen in terms of sustainability and CO2 emissions? Will we manage to fulfill our goals, or what would you say, Michaela?
Well, I think we all agree that the time pressure is really high to achieve the climate goals specifically. But if I look at Baden-Württemberg, for example, we see a high dynamic and innovativeness of the companies towards a cleaner economy, towards a green economy. And well, I think we have to stay optimistic. And I think we are on a good way. Probably we have to speed up a bit more, but the dynamics are there, definitely.
Tamara, do you share this rather optimistic view?
First of all, I think undoubtedly we all realize that we have to speed up. I think the pace has been accelerated the last years with respect to commitments and pledges. The gap is still big. It's a transformation which isn't just technology. I'm a big believer in technology, but it's also a mindset, it's an economic, it's a social transformation. So we need the mobilization of finance in order to deploy some of the technology. I am optimistic. I feel we have to be optimistic. I also think that a lot of the development of the tech that can help takes time. We know we're talking about hardware components as well as software components, and therefore the private sector that is now, that's considered now the biggest financial opportunity of all time is going into climate tech, $150 trillion opportunity. So the money that is being mobilized in the private sector at the moment, I think is very important. More and more VCs that are developing so that the tech can be ready for when we're speeding up, and that there'll be more public-private initiatives. And yes, let's be ready. Let's get the tech ready so that when when governments deploy and transform our cities, we have everything ready to support and help.
Christian, what's your take on that?
Of course, we have to be optimistic. There's no other chance, but on the other hand, we should have a plan B. What happens if we fail? And we shouldn't deny this possibility. So, of course, let's do everything we can do, but also let's think about if we are not fast enough.
So thank you all very much. Unfortunately, our time is up, but it was really, really inspiring to hear from all of you. And thank you for being here with us.
Felicia, Christian, Tamara, and Michaela, thank you very much. Indeed, very inspiring. So now we're heading to the first session of pitches by Israeli startups. Though they would like to call themselves startups, the next three companies are actually public companies. They went IPO in the past 3 years, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, all of them, but I might be wrong, so they will correct me. And therefore, I would like to call Alexander Dappen from Charatech, please. You have a presentation?
Yes.
Yes, and it's here waiting for us?
My assistant might help. So it's
Yeah.
it's on the stick. Exactly. First one. Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled, excited, and privileged at the same time, having the possibility to speak here to present the Israeli startup Chakratech. As Doron already said, startup for more than 8 years already, and got publicly listed last year in May at the Israeli Stock Exchange. My name is Alexander Dappen. I am the Germany representative of Chakratech. And Chakratech, it's all about boosting e-mobility anywhere. This means we are in the fields of e-mobility, boosting fast charging. So I hope I can do this in the right. Yeah, okay. Good. So the Chakratech key points are, it's a unique and patented flywheel energy storage. It's enabling EV fast charging anywhere in any location. The solution for power-limited grids, and it achieves charging cycles of 200,000 plus at a lifetime of more than 20 years. So it's a sustainable and green energy storage for the EV mobility without any chemicals included. So the EV market is skyrocketing. The forecasts are by 2030, we have over 140 million EVs on the road. So today we are approximately at 10%. So let's look here. And this means an increase of 4 times in the next 8 years. The European share is forecasted with 42%. So it's really skyrocketing. Is there a more simple way to move it? Okay. Thank you for your help. So the EV mass adoption factors is, of course, the price for the EVs. It should not be more than what the people are used to pay today for their current cars. The second, everybody is talking about range. It should be not less than 350 kilometers. And now we come to the charging time. Everybody wants to charge fast, so the time should not be more than 15 minutes. Just give you some numbers about fast charging. A typical charge is approximately 50 kilowatt hours. This brings you approximately 350 kilometers distance. And when we look at the charging time, the optimum charging time, it should be not more than 15 minutes. On the right side, you see the relationship of charging time and requested power to accomplish this charging time. And you see, heading for 15 minutes charging time, you need approximately 200 kilowatt power to charge your EV. You won't find a fast charger here. It's rural areas with weak infrastructure, sometimes not even here in highly populated and crowded cities. The challenge is the power-limited grids. Just to give you an impression, you have a fast charger. The power demand of a fast charger is 150 kV up to 300 kV. This refers to 6 to 12 and even more family homes. So just adapting a fast charger to a family environment, to a family neighborhood, is highly challenging to the grid. And the grid is built for lights, for air conditions, for laundry and dishwashers, but not for EV charging. So when you add this charger to this neighborhood, you can imagine what happens. The light goes off and the grid is really challenged. So it's not about the lack of energy volumes. We have still enough energy. This means kilowatt hours available, but it's a problem of power limitation of the grids. Fast charging is possible only where enough power is available, near high power transmission lines, leaving most roads without viable fast charging options. Fast charging creates large peaks in the local grid. Existing distribution infrastructure can hardly support fast charging and causes disturbances in the local grid. So this means the limitations of the grid is one of the biggest hindering factors to improve and to speed up with e-mobility, at least here in Germany. So the customer decision-making process in regard of high power charging deployment, of course, first of all, it's what's about the grid. Is the grid strong enough? If the grid is strong enough, you need no power booster. If the grid is weak, of course, you can upgrade your grid, but please have in mind that every meter to upgrade your grid will cost you approximately 1,000 euros from the grid connection to the location of your charger. If it's 100 meters, so it will cost you 100,000 euros. What is the option? It's stationary energy storages. Everybody knows chemical batteries, but there's a new system on the market. It's from Chakratec, the kinetic power booster. Lithium-ion batteries, they are limited in their charging cycles, 4,000 to 6,000 cycles. Some of them, they say even, okay, 8,000 cycles. If you treat them in an ideal way, yes, that's possible. But just imagine in a charging park when you have 10 cars coming and charging a day. This means every 400 or 600 or 800 days you have to replace your lithium-ion battery. And this is not sustainable at all. Talking about the kinetic power booster from Chakratec, it's able to perform 200,000 cycles plus for more than 20 years. There is no need to replace it, and it is really sustainable. Here's an inside view into such a system. You see the flywheels, and it's modular and flexible installed. Here you see a container solution with 10 flywheels included. It's sustainable, non-chemical and non-flammable. It's cost-effective, lowest cost per cycle. As I said, more than 200,000 charging cycles over the lifespan. High power, and it's innovative, unique, and patented. We were talking about SDGs just in the panel here. Our solution supports SDGs 7 and 9 and 12. And what is the most important in the CO2 discussion right now, the global warming potential of the Chakratec's flywheel is 23 times smaller compared to lithium-ion batteries. So it's a real, so to say, green, sustainable solution. We had the first pilot in 2018 with our partner Wien Energie, Stadtwerke Wien, at the Vienna airport. The system is still there, operational. The next cooperation was with Skoda in Prague in 2019, and in 2020 we succeeded with our first installation at a hotel in Leipzig, Premier Inn, and it's also the first indoor installation. So usually it's supposed to be an outdoor installation. Here it is indoor, and the firefighters from Leipzig, they were very happy that not more chemical load was brought to the parking garage, but just iron, aluminum, not flammable, no, not chemicals. So in 2022, we were able to enter cooperations in the US with Arco and Blink, two major players to deploy charging infrastructure in North America. And our youngest baby is our research and demo site in Tübingen. where we reside. The German office of Chakratec is in Tübingen. And so you're more than welcome to Tübingen and to get a cup of coffee, to get some kilowatt hours for your EV, and just to learn about the technology. So more projects are in preparation for Germany. So we are really happy that there's a high demand and that we are really on the road here to influence the German market. Just a view about the new system, which will be released from production in June, July. So here on the slide you see two Chakratec kinetic power boosters. One of each has 100 kV charging power. So you see you have 200 kV on one parking slot, serving two high power chargers, also serving 4 parking slots. So 4 EVs can come at the same time. So just a summary, Chakratec is a very cost-effective solution, unlimited cycles, 20 years plus lifespan, extraordinary power to energy ratio, no chemicals, recyclable, and simple installation, modular, flexible, indoor and outdoor. Just bring the container, plug it to the grid, plug it to the chargers, and it's done. We are proud to be winners of several awards. I don't want to name them, it's all of them. So here in Germany, we are very thankful to Next Move for presenting Chakratec's KBB on their YouTube channel. So Next Move is one of the leading EV YouTube channels, and with more than 95,000 views already. So if you want to learn more about the technology, just go to this video and everything will be explained from detail. So the world is changing and Chakratec is changing. There will be a new name, a new look under the same mission. And it will be released in May 22 on the Power to Drive exhibition in Munich, May 11 to May 13. So a very warm welcome to everybody of you. Just come, visit, be part of the launching of the new name, and Chakratec will move to Sus. And Sus, what I learned from Hebrew, means move. So, Sus. So, thanks and see you in Tübingen. You are welcome at any time to visit us in Tübingen, Eisenbahnstraße, and to just have a coffee, a talk, exchange of information, and of course some free kilowatt hours for your EV. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is there any question maybe for Alexander? You have a question, you want to reply? Yeah.
What's about the efficiency between power to or electric to power, like charging loss something, so charging of course, but how much is it?
May I go to the microphone? So very honest, 100% of the electricity we buy and 80% we sell. So 20% stays in the system for, it's a vacuum system, so the flywheels are in a vacuum. There's some oil pumps, there's a little air condition inside. There's some electric, so it's 80% is the efficiency. I'm still here the afternoon, so you are welcome to
Thank you, Alexander.
come to me.
Thank you very much. Good. Next speaker from Gensel. So Sylvester is not here, right? You'll take it over. Okay, so Jan Ernst will take it over, and while he's preparing his slide, I would like maybe a quiz for you. Do you know to tell me who was the first who synthesized ammonia in the world and basically is in charge of producing the first fertilizer and feeding the world? Do you know who was that? Not Bosch? Fritz Haber? Fritz Haber, yeah, he was a chemist and working actually at BASF, BASF at Rheinland-Pfalz. I know, I'm sorry. I know the history. BASF wanted to be here, and then, okay, I'm not going to repeat that. But why am I asking a question about ammonia? You'll have to listen now.
All right. Hello. No, I'm also very pleased and honored to be here today, and I'm already very fascinated about kind of the passion that is coming together with Israeli and German collaboration. So I'm here today to represent Gencell Energy, which is an Israeli-based company. Before I start with my presentation, I want to highlight the keywords. We're talking about a decarbonization of our electricity and power system, and this is what Gencell is actually striving for. Explaining the company name, Gen and Cell is the combination of generator, electricity generator, and cell from fuel cell. So we are dedicated to hydrogen into electricity conversion. Before I start with my main presentation, I want to have a very short excursion into history. And it all began more than 100 years ago when alkaline fuel cell technology and the catalytic process of generating electricity was found. In the meantime, a lot of scientific work has been done until the first commercialization of dedicated alkaline fuel cell technology has been taken into space. Has been taken into space for various reasons. Electricity was needed. And if you take hydrogen to space, you have three products that you are producing. First is electricity is the main reason. The second one is a little bit of heat, which is very helpful in space to heat up the shuttle. And the next one is pure drinking water, which is also a very valuable resource in space. The only backfall to this technology to commercialize it for mainstream was that you are using palladium as a very expensive and rare available noble metal on the catalyst, and the hydrogen prices are regularly quite expensive in the history. So in 2011, Gencell has found itself in Petach Tikva in Tel Aviv to commercialize alkaline fuel cell technology to decarbonize the energy system and make it mainstream. Talking about the company, we are currently 135 employees, with 18 of them are PhDs and actually really veterans from these space programs. So they bring the core technology knowledge into the company to develop solutions. On the way to commercialize our fuel cell technology, we have been able to remove all the noble metals from the catalyst, which is one of the 24 patents that we have as a unique selling point within the company. We have a lot of trade secrets and R&D man years that have been derived into our product developments. We are focused on developing fuel cell technology from its core and manufacturing solutions and devices for the field, and we own all the process in the company. We are currently already deployed in 22 countries all over the world, so we have experience from different areas, and all of them have been driven into our latest generation of our products. And we are also IPO'd 1.5 years ago on the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange market. So now this is like a little bit of the summary from the panel discussion before, so I'm very happy also to repeat it a little bit. So the key drivers here for sustainability is definitely the global warming. So we have to stop using conventional fueled generators, which are polluting the air and emitting CO2 to the air. So fuel cell technology is definitely the substitute of these devices. Then policy is driving it. On the one side, they are making it more difficult to operate conventional diesel generators by increasing prices of fuels or taxation or penalties on CO2 pollution. And secondary, bringing a lot of incentives into the market. I think now also like the social acceptance for operating diesel generators in comparison to really decarbonizing and using emission-free power generation is also like increasing frequently. And I think now since a couple of weeks we have to also talk about the topic of power autonomy, and we don't want to be too dependent on fuels from, I would say, difficult countries of this world. Okay, now there's the energy journey of Gencell. And I want to bring you through or take you through this process a little bit. So what we are fully commercialized today is bringing hydrogen to power. With alkaline fuel cell technology, we are unique because the majority of the fuel cell technology is PEM, proton exchange membrane. So it's a membrane process. We use a catalytic process of alkaline fuel cell technology, which is known as its highest efficient in the market, which was also one of the reasons why it was selected for the space programs. And yeah, it's also very robust for the use in like climate difficult areas. But now we know, and we have to compare it to the hydrogen economy where we are today. We know hydrogen as a fuel for the future is kind of set, but still it is developing. And we know about the logistics of hydrogen to produce it. Either it's industrial, then it's not green, or if it's green, it has to be compressed, stored, transported, and so on. For distributed energy resources, that's a difficult topic. So to take this challenge away, we have also developed a so-called ammonia cracker. Ammonia is known as the second most produced chemical of the world. And from its chemical formula NH3, it contains a huge amount of hydrogen. We are able to take ammonia as a liquid, transport it by truck to site, crack it into hydrogen and nitrogen, and utilize the hydrogen to produce electricity, which is not possible with with the PEM technology, because the low grade of hydrogen that we are able to utilize with our catalyst would poison the proton exchange membrane fuel cell, and therefore using ammonia as a very promising hydrogen carrier to fuel our fuel cells is also a very unique selling point for GenCell and for GenCell's technology. Now we even want to go one step ahead, and we're talking about an innovation summit today, so we're also looking into the future. We have joint ventured with TDK from Japan to develop a process of green ammonia synthesizes on site and on demand. So that even means you are cutting the supply chain of ammonia to site by producing green ammonia by leveraging renewable energy. And that makes us becoming a total independent nanopower plant, without adding any external resources to it. Our commercial products today are our so-called GenCell box, backup and operation extender, and our REX, which are both products that are fully commercial available and deployed worldwide already, converting hydrogen into power. And currently we are operating our ammonia unit also in multiple areas of the world, and this will be fully commercialized by end of the year and is definitely a big game changer to the industry. While we are talking about the supply chain of hydrogen, we consider this as a backup solution for poor grid areas. So when the grid collapses, our hydrogen solution is able to take over electricity supply. When we're talking about ammonia as a supply, it goes totally off-grid. So in areas where you have no electricity available, with the ammonia, we are able to power sources where today, and this is something that we have to think about, today are diesel generators operating 24/7 all the time through and emitting a huge amount of CO2. So now, this is again a little bit of the summary, but I think it's very important to mention it here as on the Innovation Summit. We are turning water into power. And I think this imagination is hard to believe, but it's exactly the way how we are doing it. So we have the sun, or sun and wind, renewable energy, whatever. With this, we are having water, and from the water, we are translating the water into ammonia by taking the nitrogen of the air and the nitrogen, oxygen of the air and the water, and then we are transforming it directly in a synthesizes process into green ammonia. And now when you think about the totally independent nanopower plant, I think the biggest thing that we want to do is we want to use renewable energy. It's for free. The sun is for free and the wind is for free. It powers the application, but the biggest disadvantage is it is not guaranteed that you have energy from renewables. So now, while you are powering the application, with the surplus of energy, you are producing green ammonia, and any time when the renewable capacity is gone out, the fuel cell kicks in to fill these gaps. And from this point on, you have like the 360-degree cycle of energy production by renewable and the green process of filling the gaps with the ammonia solution. So now we are looking into the use cases. So this is a little bit like the center of the part is the future, where we are producing our own green ammonia to power our fuel cells. In the meantime, we are using either green ammonia from the market, or we are using ammonia and hydrogen that we are taking from the market from a regular supply chain. This is also becoming greener because obviously everyone is striving to produce this also in large scale in a green way. But now when we're looking into the totally off-grid solutions, we are able to bring our ammonia into the field, and with our fuel cell technology, we are able to power off-grid villages. There is still a huge amount of villages on the world which are not connected to electricity today. We can serve any industrial application. And one of our main markets is telecom. This is also like a little bit compromising like digitalization of the world. 5G antennas and mobile network operators, they want to go into areas where there's not necessarily an electricity grid to still enable people driving their vehicles or flying drones or whatever. In this case, they need also energy supply in areas where there's no electricity grid today. Now we're talking into the poor grid situations. With the transitioning of our energy system and more renewables coming onto the grid, also the stability is at risk. So backup power when the normal grid collapses is also becoming more and more important. And now when you imagine that any backup is normally replaced or normally catched up with a diesel generator, we are here to back up the grid emission-free. So in this case, our ammonia could be translated into hydrogen in refueling stations, and then we're talking about hydrogen powering our fuel cell, also to support many important areas of the industry. Now I'm coming to another point, which is becoming one of our markets, and I don't know where the colleague from Charatech is here. I think we already have a date today to continue talking, because also EV charging is one of our target markets. We understand that people, they want to drive their electric vehicle. One barrier is, what do I do if I go somewhere where there's no electricity grid and I cannot recharge my vehicle? So also there, having green emission-free power supply to recharge your vehicle is a very important factor and a huge market where we also have collaborated with very important companies of the world to make it happen. Currently, we are working with lithium-ion batteries as the intermediate energy storage, but now that there are other solutions, also from Israel, I think there is a big potential to connect these companies and directly work together. So very, very exciting. I'm coming to an end now. Just want to summarize. So the main markets where we are deploying right now is telecom, utilities, the oil and gas sector. Sounds funny, but they also want to decarbonize a lot their operations, and EV charging. And we have already made substantial progress in commercializing our products with very big key players of the world. So Deutsche Telekom on a global level is our strategic partner to develop our solutions for the telecom industry, with utilities all over the world, with ABB, TDK I mentioned for the development project for the green ammonia synthesizers process, and EV motors for the fast charging in the EV industry. I'm also here for the rest of the day. Very happy to catch up on any question, conversations you may have, but if there are immediate questions, I'm available to answer them right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
All right.
I think we'll do it offline later. I'm sure there will be some questions. And last, before our break, Matan Chiloach. No? Okay, I have the wrong names here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so please, Agwind.
Hello, everybody. My name is Roman Fellbeck. Yes, my background, I'm German. My background is 30 years of working in the industries, mainly involved in compressed air projects and energy projects, old school things, not that crazy stuff my previous partners were speaking about. Yeah, my experience are in the industries and sales of compressed air solution and energy. Today I'm responsible here in Germany for Orkwind. Orkwind is here in Germany since now 9 months, and I'm responsible for the go-to-market and the project development of the energy efficiency system AirSmart from Orkwind. With me today, my colleagues Jotam and Jill are here. Jotam takes care of the business development all over the globe for AirSmart, and Gil is our VP for the operation of our product Air Battery and AirSmart. Yes, our many thanks go to the organizers for hosting and having us here, and give us the opportunity for presenting us and our solution. Okay, Orkwind is a technology company in the field of renewable energy, founded in 2012 by Dr. Or Yogev. Or's background, mechanical engineering and thermodynamics, and the work in the solar industry the work in the solar industry in the years before set the foundation for this. Very early, Or was thinking about how meaningfully store volatile renewable energy generation to be available during expensive high load period. Air or compressed air immediately came into mind as a practically infinitely available resource. And this is also the name Orkwind comes from, augmented wind, or another saying, extended use of air under pressure. So, but the steel tanks commonly used up to now did not provide a solution. Why? They are too heavy, need too much space above ground. Sometimes they are also too small. And what also been applicable to that moment are the gas-tight underground caverns, which are already been used for such purposes, are few or far between, or not even there where is a wind or a PV field. So a new solution had to be found, and in 2016, the time had come. Orkwind's air storage technology is a basis for two product lines. On the one hand, we have AirSmart, the energy efficiency system for industrial application, which has been launched in 2016 and with over 15 AirX installation in Israel's largest companies. And the other is Air Battery. Air Battery is an energy storage system, a new kind of combination of water pump storage and compressed air energy storage, plus a unique added value for the integration of renewable energies. So many years of experience in the optimization of compressed air system with AirSmart, with, of course, the ever-changing operational requirements, then played a significant role for the success and launch of Air Battery in 2021. Okay, but now let's move on to our topic, AirSmart today. Compressed air generation is one of the most inefficient processes in industry, accounting for up to 30% of electricity consumption in many companies. And nevertheless, compressed air compressors can be found in every production line, small or big companies. So, with the rich experience over the last 6 years and in the major industries in Israel and the good references there, AirSmart is now it's now available in Germany. But let's move on to a short video which illustrates AirSmart in a few concise words and well illustrated. Kann ich das jetzt stellen? Oh, no. Gibt's da Ton? Ja, dann müssen wir vielleicht.
Ton ist hier an, Alex.
System. suffering from high electricity consumption.
One stormtrooper trim, and also you can get the Opel logo in black for a more sinister look. The lamps more integrated, LED as standard, optional and matrix LED, which you can also see right here now, or pixelite as Opel calls it, 84 single LED per side each. This is the ultimate trim, so a high trim level, and also in this golden.
Okay, we try it again.
Energy efficiency in manufacturing has a key role in the global effort for a sustainable future. Today, major industries heavily rely on compressed air in their production process. But these compressors, the units that generate the compressed air, are one of the most inefficient systems, suffering from high electricity consumption, frequent downtime, and energy losses. AirSmart is a groundbreaking technology with huge benefits to industrial compressed air, designed to secure production continuity and reduce energy consumption. It is already deployed in dozens of installations and working as we speak. Let's take a look at how it works. The AirSmart is based on storage, compressed air storage. These proprietary tanks are made of unique polymers. Combined with steel and cement, they are installed underground in a simple process that takes just a few days. This provides a safe, cost-effective solution, reducing installation and maintenance costs drastically, while saving valuable factory space. With this unique compressed air storage, we gain smart management and full control over compressed air across the production chain. The air tank serves as a buffering accumulator between the compressors and the manufacturing equipment, assuring stabilized pressure, minimized energy consumption, and improved air quality. It enables peak shaving by refilling the tanks at off-peak hours and using the stored air when electricity prices are high, basically shutting down the compressors at peak demand, dramatically reducing electricity consumption and CO2 emissions. AirSmart can also provide an emergency backup, mitigating compressor downtime to secure continuous and efficient production, altogether potentially saving as much as 40% of power consumption. The AirSmart solution is built to suit the plant's needs. It is modular and scalable, capable to meet any demand and mode of operation. With years of proven track record, AirSmart is already saving millions of dollars and significant CO2 emissions related to compressed air systems. Join dozens of successful installations in major manufacturing plants and benefit from a whole new level of efficiency. AirSmart by Ogwind. Better future is in the air.
So where are the application and what is the target market here in Germany in the industry? With AirSmart, industrial companies can make their existing compressed air station, as we heard or see, can we save up to 40% in the electricity used to generate compressed air. This increases energy efficiency, and in the same extent, it reduces CO2 emission. Such projects are supported here in Germany by BAFA or der Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau. Medium-sized and large companies with a base load of approximately 150 kilowatt or 1 gigawatt hour per year electricity consumption for compressed air generation belong to the target group for AirSmart. The return on investment for such projects are under optimal conditions between 2 and 4 years. AirSmart we offer in 2 business models. On the one hand, the CapEx model or normal investment model, and on the other hand, the OpEx model, as we call it here in Germany, contracting model. But in both models, the savings are guaranteed because not because, but it's the commitment from Ogwind to the expecting energy savings. In this context, we are now looking for interested partners, companies who want to see AirSmart planned and implemented by us as a turnkey project. The search and the approach is also directed to possible multipliers, such as compressed air dealers, plant manufacturers, and contractors. But we also like to come in contact with energy consultants and/or energy companies, engineering companies. Engineering companies, that's why, because of new buildings or the expansion of buildings, are ideally suited to implement AirSmart very quickly and very cost effectively. So I'm at the end of my short presentation. I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to see you or hear you soon in the afternoon, and I'm happy to hear your feedback and your question. Thank you very much.
Any question? One question for Roman? Okay, so I think we couldn't find thank you very much, Roman. I think we couldn't find a better timing for lunch. So we'll head now outside. There is lunch and a break. We should be here again in, let's make it 45 minutes, okay? We will call you back around 2:20 and we'll continue the schedule. So I hope all you had a... Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we are back again. Hope you had a nice break. After talking about sustainability, we're going now to talk about Industry 4.0. And let's take, like we say, 60 seconds of history. Why do we call it Industry 4.0? Because basically it's the fourth industrial revolution. The first one was already in the 18th century when the humankind has invented the steam engine, right? And that was turned basically agriculture and production for the first time into industrial processes. The first mechanical loom that was invented in England marks basically the beginning of that period. The second innovation we relate to the 19th century when we were for the first time harnessing electricity. We started to convey electricity to factories, and that is when really we started first time the mass production. The third one was in this basically 1969, if I'm not mistaken, where we invented the PLC, okay, basically what we call the computerizing the industry. And now we're in the middle or in the beginning, and soon we will hear from Uziel about the fourth industrial revolution, okay, how we generate a generation of robots and automated the machine with the help of wireless connectivity and digital technology. So before I will introduce Uziel, I wanted to share with you that also our government, the government of Israel, understood the importance of digitalizing, if you may say that, factories in Israel. And we provide grants for factories if they go through this kind of automation process, up to 5 million shekels. And the idea behind it is, again, raising the productivity, adopting digitalization and automation in the factories, improving the competition. This is also one of our goals, and increasing, of course, efficiency. For the Israelis, there is a Horat Mankal 54.4, and you can read all about it later on. So now, I would like to ask Uziel Zontag, an expert who developed a few open innovations for companies already in his career. He's in 20 years. He's on the line between Israel and Germany, knows both industries very well and in this field. And Uziel, come and tell us what we don't know about Industry 4.0. Thank you very much.
No, be positive, no? What we know. Thank you. So first of all, thank you everybody for coming today, and it's a big honor for me to be in such a summit. And as Doron said, that's what I'm doing for the last 20 years. I'm doing business development and strategy between Europe and Israel, mainly between Switzerland, Germany, and Netherlands. So that's my background. I will start with maybe one personal remark that was already expressed in the beginning of the day. Today, it's the Holocaust Memorial Day. For me, it's a big event. I'm what they call second generation. And I live in Frankfurt. Before I moved to Frankfurt, my late father, I asked him a few times if it's a problem for him that I will live in Germany, because he went all through the error of that times. And he answered me very simply that it's not about moving to Germany or to France or to any other place. It's about being with humans. And if the people you are going to work with are going to be humans, then you have no problem. You get my blessing. So good afternoon, humans, and thank you for coming for my presentation. I'm going to take you through Industry 4.0. I think that first I want to give a little bit background about myself. This is not to highlight my curriculum vitae too much, but also to explain what is the point of view I'm coming to this discussion, and why I think that in some cases there is a little bit of this match between what the industry thinking about Industry 4.0 and what a lot of the startup thinks about Industry 4.0. So my background from left to right, I live in Germany, as I said. My background is IT, legal, and business, and I choose yoga as a way of living. I bring it not because I'm proud of it, but also because it means that I live the present. And this is my first tip to the crowd from the startups. You need to think what is needed now, because it's very nice always to say what would be needed in 5 years, 7 years. It's nice for presentations, but when we meet a lot of the crowd that is coming over and trying to convince us about their startups, a lot of the conversation is, but can we use it in the next 6 months? No, but you need to be in the cloud, you need to be this, you need to be that, and then it takes a long time before you can even do something with it. I went through 4 digital revolutions, so I'm a veteran of that. The good news is most of it is the same. The bad news is that they just changed the name, so I need to follow the names. But as you can see, I did few of them. The last one I'm going through is now Industry 4.0. HLS is Homeland Security. I mean, this is typical for Israelis. And then on business development and strategy, I'm working with 2 parts of a very large group. I will show it in a second, so I will not say too much about that. One is the Han Group, is from Frankfurt, and the other one is from Bochum. It's called URG. And the last one, I'm developing or moving forward what I call the Innovation Circle. That's my personal initiative to connect between Germany and Israel in innovation, and I will leave it for my last slide. I'm also an active investor, both personally investing as much as I can, of course, and also helping the organization where I work for to make investment in Israeli or German startups, both. And I'm actively looking for these fields of cybersec, Industry 4.0. I led in the last, I think, 4 years, around $100 million investment in Israel from European companies. So for me, this connection of startups and innovation and German Mittelstand is very important. Where I am now, and the reason I give it, this is now coming more to the German crowd, to be honest, because usually in Germany, the first thing they ask you is, so what did you do before? In Israeli, they ask you, what are you going to do now? So I'll tell you what I did before. I did before, and this is where I'm located right now. I'm in spending, I would say, 50% of my time as part of our AG Stiftung from Hessen, from Essen with E. And within this huge organization with also the owners of Evonik, if you know Evonik, I'm in charge of digitalization and digital innovation for 2 parts. One is the Han Group, which is among the 10 biggest machine builders in the world. It's quite a big organization that is building production lines, basically. And on the left side, I'm doing digitalization for the URG, which is service robotics. And this is actually very innovative and forward-looking, trying to take automation robotics to hospitals, to what you see with Amazon robots moving around and all of that. In both cases, as I said, it's the same language, the same digitalization, and the same human, me, but in both cases, those are different markets, different consumers, different B2B, B2B2C, and so on. Just one word, again, to give credibility to what I'm going to say later, so you don't kick me out of the room. Within the Han Group, there is a major industrialization around things like consumer goods, healthcare, electronics, automotive. It's a big group. And then within URG, they are building themselves now to become, I think, the largest service robotics in Europe. And the last move they made, you can see it on the top over there, they bought a SoftBank Robotics Europe, located out of France. It's this small robot called Pepper. I think it's already implemented in like 10,000 schools and laboratories around the world. And they just purchased it, I think became the majority shareholder. And of course, this is very interesting and also a call for innovation from your side. Any ideas on that direction or that direction, I'm always open to listen, and Doron will be my witness that I'm always trying to push those things into pilots, into our organizations. I'm interested in that. Industry 4.0. So Doron actually took my first slide, but that's fine. I summarized a little bit the different revolutions before, and then I made this small picture that I like because you don't really know if the 2 trains are going to collide or going to pass each other, or maybe they're actually running in the same direction. You don't know. And my interpretation to that is that Industry 4.0 is actually building seriously upon the basis of Industry 3.0, but already Industry 3.0 was already computerizing and digitalization. So when someone asks me to do digitalization to the Han group, it's where am I? I'm going back to digital 3.0. This is a question. So I think that what I'm trying now in this presentation in the next 5 minutes is to tell you what I think is Industry 4.0, in my view, after being involved in that in the last 5 or 6 years. And I'm not sure this is the dictionary definition. For me, first of all, Industry 4.0 is a framework to adopt mega trends in tech or technology that penetrated into our worlds. So most of the stuff that we can do now on a mobile phone, none of the PLCs in the world can do and probably will not do in the next 3 to 5 years. They can tell the robot what to do perfectly. MES can control all these PLCs together, but the combination of really the technology we live in and what is being done in the production line or with service robotics is where Industry 4.0 come into play. I took 4 fields, and I will try to prove my thesis later. The first one, I call it white box or do-it-yourself. Effectively, most of the factories in Germany are occupying tons, hundreds and thousands of PLC programmers. This is something you go to university, you learn to be a PLC programmer, you move into the software development, and you are then becoming a director of PLC programming. When we are coming from the outside and say we will put a black box that will measure analytics on your line or will give you analytics on your line, for most of them, this is completely like my 2 trains it's a different direction. It's actually meaning that we are telling them there is no job for you in the next 3 years because we are going to do all the analytics for you. Can you imagine that? Of course not, correct? And that's why we see a lot of beautiful POCs, beautiful demonstrations, but we don't see real penetration of analytics into production line. My argument today is the only way it will happen is tools that the PLC programmers can program the analytics by themselves. Because otherwise, this is their next level. And actually the software level, when I tested it, the software level they learn now in universities is quite high. But they go back to the PLC programming. That's what they do, because that's their job. So that's one argument. I call it do-it-yourself. And also, if you think about the mentality of the industrialization in Germany, it's a do-it-yourself mentality. So it fits. The second thing is ease of use. And this is, I think, by the way, for all the things I'm going to talk today, this is the biggest revolution. Because this talks about low code and no code. Basically, when we take this computer and we work on the front of the computer, we are basically working on 5% of the computer. Because there is 95% electronics and computerizing in the backyard that we have no clue what's in there, correct? We have no clue how the chip is, we are not connected to that. So our computers are already in the level of, I would say, low code. That's where we are now. You take your mobile, you want to take a new application, double click, double click, double click. I'm a member of whatever organization I want. This is not the case in our factories, and that's reality. If you want to connect now a robot into the production line, this is a work. This is a real work. This is someone who sits there and starts to work. And it can take weeks, months sometimes if it's a big project. There is, I think, this low code and no code are going to really bring into play all the other stuff. My white box, my predictive, my auto, everything will come through that. Because actually in the end, the majority of the population will need to operate this system, and they cannot go now and learn how to operate very deep AI. So low code, no code, I give some example later. And I think there is at least one startup later, Inspector, that is also talking about that today. I don't know where is Inspector here in the crowd. Then AI. And that's another key lesson in the last few years. 2017, I was called by the group that I just showed you to run their innovation. They told me, come for 3 weeks and to a factory in the end of the world, somewhere next to the Rhine River. very nice place, but very far. And they said, tell us, what innovation can we do in this factory? What can we do better? That's direct question from the CEO of the entire group. And over there, the problem was connectivity. So they couldn't connect all the data to a level which they can even do what I call descriptive analytics, which I'll describe in a second. But this is moving. This is a moving target, unfortunately or fortunately for startups or new startups. And a lot of the solution I see now in terms of Industry 4.0, IoT and all of that are very focused on descriptive analytics. And most of the companies are already doing it by themselves, or they're a very cheap way to acquire it. So the next level is predictive, and predictive will change all our life. It's already changing our life. You're driving in the road and some kind of a predictive algorithm tell you to go right or left or go to other stuff. But I think in industrialization, this is really the next thing, and it's coming. We talk about predictive maintenance for 20 years already in industrialization, but it's not what we are talking here, because the predictive maintenance is based on templates and preset parameters. This is not the case. The last one, which I will not go to talk today, because we can talk about it for 2 hours, is automation of cybersec. We made a wonderful investment in an Israeli company called Cybellum, that maybe you know from your past, and they were acquired by LG, and they realized, one of the first ones, now there are a few of them, the automation of risk assessment. And they go into your component and they do risk assessment. But what they did in this process was actually not super smart, but it was automated. And that was the big thing. And most of the cybersecurity that we need in production lines now, you can manually do. You can put someone to do penetration tests on the one end, or you can on the other end put a lot of ways to give you signals that you are attacked and then react. But I think the mega trend that we are now facing is really the automation of cybersecurity, and this is something that unfortunately we will not have time to talk today. I talked about already, I just want to give it as an example. This diagram comes from Oxford University, is an attempt to explain the revolution of AI, because people are asking, what is AI? Well, what does it mean? So this is like a little bit of that. And I would say that majority of the industry and majority of the startups are still locked in the left block, which is predictive analytics, descriptive analytics. And why don't they go to predictive? 2 reasons. First, it's difficult, and that's why we need startups. But second, especially this is to the Israeli crowd, there is not enough places to learn the methodology that is going on in the factories to translate it into predictive that will bring predictive analytics into industrialization. And if you ask me, a call for action is really to try to create in Germany some kind of a hub for Industry 4.0 for Israeli startups, because they cross 4 hours flight and it's a different world. It's a world that is leading the world in automation. If I have some more time later in the end, I will make a joke about it, about the German industrialization in India. So this is an example. So one is mega trends. That's one thing which I think it's quite big. The second thing, that Industry 3.0 and Industry 4.0 are completely different. It's the business is leading. So in Industry 3.0, it was a lot about quality assurance. It was a lot about we do the best machine. It was a lot about the price of machine is not important because we do the best parts, correct? This is gone. This is gone for many reasons, because supply chain problem, because of competition from China. This is gone. Industry 4.0, in my view, the leading point is business. And again, to people who come here from the startup side, we see a lot of presentation with a lot of great ideas, amazing, like Donald Trump used to say. But this is, in the end of the day, not business-wise. There is no business logic in the back. And without business logic, it's almost impossible to now bring any innovation into the field. And look at the 3 mature startups that were presented before me and see the logic that the presentation is completely business-oriented. And then we see startups that, okay, they're allowed to talk only about technology, but they need to think about business. Industry 4.0, in my view, it's a lot about business first. And this is an example. I want to give you examples. My first example is do-it-yourself. I'm going to use today 3 startups, one from Germany, one from Israel, and one from the UK. It's just to prove my point, so don't take it personally, any of the crowd, anyone in the crowd. The first one is actually Germany, the Ostend country. This startup is a startup that we are working with together, and they are the first pioneers that I see that take into Industry 4.0 approach of a white box. So in their mindset, they are saying, we don't want to do the modeling for you because you, the PLC programmer, you will do the modeling. But we need to give you tools that are so close to the level of a data scientist that everybody can play with the modeling and do it for the factory. And it works. I will show some examples, but this is how a lot of the data science circle is doing now. It's a broken, it's very difficult to work like it. I tried it in our factory. We hired the data scientists, we did everything to do our own modeling. It didn't work out in many reasons. And the way they approach it, they say we need to create an environment. Within this environment, everybody basically could contribute and in the end could create the modeling into the factory. They have a short film here that I took from them, which I'll show. So it's a platform. It's a computing platform first, where you can bring the models. You can either get the model based on use cases or you create them yourself. This is, of course, the part where the PLC programmer would work, but he can get a lot of help, a lot of models from the past. You are now working with electric parts. Okay, this is models that can help you. So kind of, this is I call low-code to no-code environment. I studied IT many years ago, but I can still record my ideas in that way. That's a basic notion for IT. And this helps people that are not from the industry, are not from programming, to come and say, okay, this is how I want the process to be, and now let's link between the models to the process. Let me stop it here. But for me, this is, I'm not saying they are the only one, and I'm not saying they are the one that will pass the river, because it's a long journey. I'm just saying they are taking it to the right direction, allowing the PLC programmer teams and the inner people to work on AI. So this is some example of their use cases. The second example I want to give, it's an Israeli startup. And this startup is a startup that is manipulating low code to a certain level. And this is an example of people think low code, they think about coding and programming, but this is actually, we are going to a different direction. We're going to machine vision. And a big problem with clients like Continental, Conti, and so on, is that they have a lot of factories, a lot of places where they need to do machine vision, but they need in every places to do everything from scratch. And that creates a lot of time, a lot of money, and unfortunately also a lot of mistakes. It took 2 years to BMW to stabilize, that's a true story, 2 years to stabilize the way they will do the logo of BMW on a car. Because the factory in Czech Republic did it a little bit like this, and then they did, it was a nightmare. And a vision would be that there will be a cloud of machine vision that streamline the needed machine vision instruction, and based on very low code internally in the factory, you can make it happen. This is a startup, it's called Kitov. To the Israelis, they understand the name, but Kitov is from Genesis, and in the end of every day, God say, and God saw that it's good, and it's like a quality assurance. So it's a quality assurance startup. I think later we have an inspector here, which is playing in the same field from a different direction, which is more deep learning, which I also think this is the right direction. But in this area, what you see here takes from 6 weeks to 2 weeks, is from 6 months to 2 weeks. The time of programming a robot machine and doing all of that together as a package and bringing it to someone to operate it in a very fast way. So that's an example of a low. And that's just, I like to bring real use cases. That's a project they did that without that, it could have taken 8 months to program all the configuration. And they managed to do it, I think, within 2 or 3 weeks. And this is order of magnitude, what you're talking here. Another example. This example comes from the UK. This company in the UK is interesting because they took it from a different direction of Industry 4.0, of the post-sale. And they looked at post-sale and they said there is a big gap between the sophistication of the lines that are going out there to the market and how we really manage service. So a different angle. And first, they just by a very simple process. Now let's see how we do that. I need to come here, I think. Correct? That should work. No, it's the mirror. Okay, I will tell you the story. Yeah, but let's do it. How you do it?
Push it to the right.
Yeah, no. It's okay, I will explain. I can explain, although the movie is nice. If you are interested, come later to see me. They take the CAD of any part, they put it in a software, AI, very sophisticated. And when it comes out, they actually give you all the parts in a very nice 3D bill of material. And then you can, in a very low-code, no-code environment, tell for every part what you want to do for maintenance. And then basically, what would take in the past books, you remember when you give production line, you give books with the production line, and then later they said, no books, let's make video clips, which was exhausting, and how do you do it in Chinese, and how do you do it in other languages? They do something like this tractor in 2 days. So that's for me where the low-code and no-code is revolutionized, so someone is doing a stack of code before, and all you need to do is really the top, and that's easy. So that was few examples. Now you need to take me back like this. No. Now you need to. How do you take it back to the presentation? How do you do it like this? The one that you did the other one. How do you take it?
Ich habe keine Ahnung, was ihr gemacht habt. Was habt ihr denn gemacht überhaupt? Ich weiß nicht, wo wir vorher waren, aber wenn wir einfach weiter klicken.
That's good.
You can just click here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect. I remember it. And then, if you remember, my first point we talked about megatrend. This is why I gave you some examples of startups and where the world is going. My second point was business. And I want to take you to a new world that is becoming, as we speak, this is the world of production as a service. And production as a service is something that in the industry we are talking about it quite a lot and pay-per-use, but it's not really implemented. To get to production as a service, you first need to do descriptive analytics, then you need to do predictive analytics, and then you need to change the way your business organization is working. I'm working on that with the new organization. It's called Flex Factory. It's a combination of Porsche and Munich Re. And to get to this level, first, this slide explains why do you need production as a service? It's a question. You can share stuff and you can share production lines. But to get to something like this, you need to create a completely new business thinking, which if someone is buying a production line from you, you are not selling him the production line. There is in the middle SPV, a special purpose vehicle. The SPV is buying the line from you, implementing it in the factory, and then bring the resources to work on that line. Now, this is a little bit of science fiction to an industry that loves CapEx, but there is a graph, interesting graph that the colleague from Munich Re showed me. A certain point of time in 2026, there will be a changing point. where there will not be enough capital to finance all the growth of the industrialization companies in Germany. Which means that someone with small activities will come to the bank, and the bank cannot anymore, because of the balance against the government and the banking system, will not be able to give them loan anymore. At that point of time, you will need a new way to finance your lines. And they are getting for that one. I think this is innovation as well. And of course, here it's by Munich Re and Porsche, and it's a big thing, and they invest a lot of money in that. And maybe you say they do it because they want to be the first and cut everybody out, or they do it because they don't know what to do with their money. Nevertheless, there is something in the fact that currently it's a full industry that runs on CapEx, not on OpEx. And I know in Germany this is a big thing, but just think about it. This is for the future. This is not for tomorrow morning. My last slide. In the last, let's say, 6 to 12 months, I'm trying to conceptualize an idea, which I'm happy if other people will join or will find ways to contribute. I call it the innovation circle. What I see is that companies like I'm participating in, like the Han Group and the URG, they really want to be part of the innovation circle that is going on in Israel, but they have no ways to do it. So of course you have your ambassadors of Baden-Württemberg, and there are some governmental bridges. But in my view, a process to get to that point is first to find companies that are on the order of magnitude of 250 million and above revenues, but that they want to participate in this activity, but they don't have the way to participate in these activities. And the way, I don't mean money, I mean the thinking process, what kind of innovation they need, what kind of accelerator. I was working with a third-party company, wanted to do accelerator in Israel. It was a very difficult process, ideation. What do you really need to do in order to get your accelerator successful? And then once this is kind of tied up and looks good, I think there is an opportunity for design partnership. There is an opportunity for a lot of other stuff that doesn't exist. This can be done either in Germany or in Israel. As I said before, I think Industry 4.0, Israel is lacking behind because the brain of Industry 4.0 is here. This is reality. And if it's not here, it's in China, and the last one is in the US. That's where it's happening. And it's much more difficult to conceptualize industrialization in an environment like Israel. And the last part is, I call it gardening, is after people decided to invest or do partnership, is to help the German cooperative or German companies to manage the activities they took in Israel, and not just to make it like one-off. Because if it works successfully, then you want to do more, correct? That was my presentation. I ask if you think it's solved, Industry 4.0, probably not, because everybody can look at it a different way. But I hope that what you take from here is that we are going to see a lot of this combination between industry and mega trends, also in batteries and the stuff like this that was in the morning. And those are really where the young minds or the innovative minds needs to look at. These are the places. How do you take those mega trends into industrialization? This is for me Industry 4.0, and thank you for your time, and looking forward to talk with you later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Uziel. A lot of new insights for me, definitely. I'm sure also for the audience. We have a small change in the itinerary. So I would like at this point to ask Galia Kedmi from 3D Signals to give her pitch, because she needs to catch a flight back. And afterwards, we keep with the itinerary as we should. So please, Galia.
Thank you, Doron. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting us, and thank you for being here today to listen to me. My name is Galia, and I'm part of 3D Signals. I arrived to Munich 2 days ago, and after landing, I found out that my luggage didn't arrive with me. So apparently, the airport in Israel was so packed that they just left all of the luggage behind. Yeah. So you can imagine a plane full of Israelis getting to Munich, and the luggage is still in Israel. So it was a big mess. It was an interesting experience, I would say. So I had to do 3 things. First one is to get ready for this trip. So I was on a mission. On the first day I was in Munich, I was supposed to sign, we had a big ceremony meeting about an agreement, strategic partnership agreement, that I was personally working on for the last 15 months. In startup life, 15 months is forever. I had investors meeting. We have 2 German investors. One of them is Schuler-Voigt home office family. And the second one is another VC. I had this event. I had a few more meetings. So I was on a mission. The second thing is that I had to be fast. I had 1.5 hours before I was at the airport until my first meeting. So I had to do some, I would call that survival shopping. It was nice, but it was hectic. And the third thing is that I had to use my chutzpah. And chutzpah is something that really resonates with a lot of Israelis. I had to speak with my company. I had to speak with the platform that's doing all of the travel arrangement for us. I had to speak with the airline in order to make sure that someone is connecting the dots so my luggage will follow me. So mission, fast, and chutzpah. And I'll get to that later on today. Eventually, I'm here. I got my luggage yesterday at midnight, so I'm not wearing my running shoes, which is nice. And let's see. So what you can see in this picture is our CEO and Dr. Andreas Fiedel. He is the CEO of Samsung. Samsung is an industrial valve manufacturer in a annual turnover of around 500 million euros, 16 sites in different locations. And this is Andreas explaining his experience before he was started working with us. He was practically saying, I was blind to my shop floor. I had no idea what's happening on my shop floor. And this is exactly the problem that we answer. And also, Oziel spoke about the big gap between the Industry 4.0 promise, how technology is going to move the face of the industry, and the reality. Andreas is not alone. More than 90% of the machines are still offline, not connected to anything besides power. There are very good reasons for that. One of them, Oziel also talked about, is the PLC. It is challenging to provide full digitalization to shop floors. And this is exactly the problem that we solve. We bridge the gap between machines that I think that the oldest machine that we digitalize is 65. So to bridge a gap between machines, legacy machines that cost a lot of money, and it will take time to replace all of them, and the cloud. What we do is we provide efficiency to shop floors. We are able to increase productivity, to reduce costs, and also to enable sustainable manufacturing. And sustainable manufacturing is not only about being able to tell a manufacturer what is the energy consumption, but also to connect that to the production processes in order to optimize and to have the most efficient production processes when it goes to the right machines, the right products, the right processes, the ideal route, and so forth. This is what we do. The main USPs for us is, first of all, having digital transformation can take months, sometimes even quarters. We're able to digitalize any shop floor in a matter of days. We're able to digitalize any type of machine from any vendor. In most cases, our customers are brownfield manufacturers, has brownfield manufacturing shop floors. to be able to provide a full holistic solution to all of the machines, regardless to their age, type, and vendor, is something that can provide a good manner to identify the right bottlenecks and the right problems on the show floor. And this is a partial list of the machine vendors that we support as of today. I'm not going to go into too much detail on that, but in a nutshell, we are bypassing problems that we see with our customers. We are bypassing the PLC problem because we put sensors, external sensors to the machines. We are bypassing the IT nightmare, and many of our customers with our Mittelstands, they hear IT, it's So we help them to bypass this problem. We do everything end to end. We come, we install, we train, we go. Then we help them and support them through the process. But after we leave the factory, after 2 hours of training, they start working with the system. And then they have full transparency on real time and analytics for everything that's happening on the show floor. This is partial notes and quotes by our customers, where you can see that they can increase significantly their productivity in terms of percentages in a matter of 2 to 3 months. You can see again, Dr. Andreas Wiedel, he was able, only from one factory, we were installed in 6 locations at Samsung, in 3 continents, in Germany, in the US, and in Turkey, sorry, 2 continents. He was able to decrease in one factory his OPEX in more than 800 K per year. Mr. Bamberger at the low end, he is the Chief Operation Officer for Rothenberger. The Rothenberger Group has 65 factories globally, and we are installed in Germany, France, and Spain. And he was able, by knowing that he has excess capacity, to digest POs in December timeframe of 4 million euros. And you can see Mr. Henle and Mr. Eckhart, they're relatively smaller. Smaller manufacturers that are able to increase productivity significantly. And we see today in the reality that after the pandemic, that either we see productions that are in overcapacity, and we need to increase the productivity, or in undercapacity, and we need to help them to decrease their operational costs. So to summarize that, fast, full coverage with fast ROI. And the reason why we see fast ROI with our customers, and this is also something that, thank you, Uziel, for that Uziel mentioned, is because we work on a SaaS business model, meaning that the big costs of the down payment that has to do with CapEx, buying hardware, buying sensors, doing automation, doing integration, blah, 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 in order to move an industry from an analog to a digital world. So digital transformation has a lot of investment in the beginning. We completely waive that. We bear the costs of everything, and our customers only pay a monthly fee per machine. So it's completely OpEx business model. This is why they see ROI from day one. So if I will go back to the beginning of my luggage story, so we are on a mission. As individuals, as a company, we are on a mission in order to help manufacturers to digitalize and to improve their efficiency. We do it fast, and we have a lot of chutzpah. And in this industry, which is traditional, conservative, and need to do a lot of market education, you need to have some chutzpah. So this is us. Our headquarters and R&D center is in Israel. We have a German office in Langen and in Cologne. And we opened the US office in January. We do everything that we do very passionately. We love our customers, they love us back, and we bring good value. Thank you.
Galia, thank you very much. 2 comments from my side. First of all, I know Andreas Wiedel personally, and I must say, whatever Galia just presented, I heard it from his own mouth, so he's very satisfied from 3D Signal. Second thing, you mentioned the word chutzpah. I'm not sure how many of you know exactly what chutzpah is, so I will maybe say a word about that. Maybe a joke even. So there goes a guy with his pistol entering a bank, goes to the clerk, points his gun and tell her, this is my bag, please put all the, not please, put all the money inside. And she's scared and she takes all the money from the cashier and just put it in the bag. And he turns around, takes the bag, and then he goes all the way to the door and then he says, 1 second. He goes back and asks her, can you please deposit my money? So that's a chutzpah. That's a chutzpah. So he also robbed and also deposited his money. Okay, now let's try to go together with the time frame. Okay, stick to the time frame. Michel Weinberg, it's your turn. Please, Michel Weinberg for Achaka Israel, the representative of Ministry of Economy, Baden-Württemberg. Please, Michel.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let me first introduce myself. My name is Michel Weinberg. I actually grew up in an area not too far away from here, but I live already for more than 40 years in Israel. And I am now the Deputy Managing Director of the German-Israeli Chamber of Industry and Commerce and the economic representative of the federal state of Baden-Württemberg. I actually prepared, like State Secretary Dr. Rapp, a very long speech, but as I was told, just to limit it to 5 minutes, and 5 minutes, by the way, is a very important time slot in the chamber, I just prepared a very, very short presentation. So what is this economic representation? First of all, it's mainly financed by the Ministry of Economic, Labor and Tourism of the federal state of Baden-Württemberg, partially financed by the Zukunftsfonds Heilbronn, and Sebastian will tell you much more about the Zukunftsfonds in a couple of minutes. And we work in very close cooperation with Baden-Württemberg International. Now, what do we do? Tech scouting. If you are a German or a SME from Baden-Württemberg and you're looking for a special technology, so please approach us. This is our main job that we do. We consult companies in actually all business-related questions. It can be general information, it can be specific customs or regulation issues. Any questions you have, if you are a German company, if you're an Israeli company, we are the right address. If you want to find a business partner in Israel, or if you want to establish an entity in Israel, or on the other hand, you're an Israeli company startup and you want to conquer the German market, approach us. We try to convince Israeli companies, Israeli startups, that think of establishing an entity outside Israel, not only to do it in Germany, but to especially to do it in the land, as Baden-Württemberg is often called. We spoke about sales and distribution partners. We do a lot of events. We organize a lot of events, as you can imagine, in the last 2 years, mainly digital events. As you maybe know, there are nearly 100 AHKs all over the world, but we are really the #1 chamber worldwide concerning delegations. We have many, many delegations every year, except the 2 years of the coronavirus. Like in 2019, we had more than 25 delegations. We will soon have Minister Kraut Hofmeister in Israel with a delegation on May 9th. So actually, that's also one of our main businesses in the chamber. Intercultural training. You know, we have a lot of experience, and we always tell the Israelis, doing business with Germany is not like doing business with the Americans, or vice versa. We tell the Germans, Israel is not Switzerland yet. I actually here want already to conclude, and I don't have to tell you that economically, Baden-Württemberg is a very, very strong federal state, and we try to make it even more, even more innovative. Thank you very much.
Michelle, thank you very much. I think you're the first time I really stick to the time frame. Thank you. As Israeli. Okay, next speaker is Sebastian. Sebastian from ZFIN. We're in contact for I think since you started to work basically at ZFIN. Exactly. So please.
My name is Sebastian, and I'm heading together with my colleague Markus the startup and tech scouting activities within the Zukunftsfonds Heilbronn. And well, some may wonder why we are like establishing this collaboration with the German Israel Chamber of Commerce, and what do we have to do with as a private company to do with the state of Baden-Württemberg. Because we are a family office, we are the family office of the Schwarz family, so we do invest in an early stage startups, like mostly in industrial tech, medtech, life sciences, as well as in B2B software. And our first touch points with Israel was actually a company which we're gonna see quite soon. It's called Inspector. And we went to Israel to see this technology, and it was really amazing. And they're doing machine vision for quality inspection assurance. And well, we did invest in them. And what we also told about your market is in Germany. It's in the B2B market of southern Germany. So we brought them over, helped them with their whole expansion. And somehow they ended up in Heilbronn. And actually right now they are headquartered in Heilbronn. And well, we continued to this process, and we wanted to gain access to more and more of this kind of technology. So we started talking to the state of Baden-Württemberg. We started to talk to the German Israeli Chamber of Commerce, and we eventually started to have this collaboration. And well, we want to bring in more innovation to Heilbronn. And that's why we're there, not only for investment opportunities, we also do this a little bit further. So we want to have companies which are just keen to access the German ecosystem. And the way we do it, and the way we want to bring benefit to Baden-Württemberg, to Heilbronn, where most of our network is, and to bring also the benefits for the Israeli startups is in a I think quite unique way, because I think the USP of Baden-Württemberg is laying in the Mittelstand companies, where we have of course great corporates of there, but I think the Mittelstand companies is the USP of Baden-Württemberg. So that's why my colleague Markus is basically, his daily job is to go to the Mittelstand companies and talk to the R&D and innovation departments if they have one, ask them for their pain points, ask them what they want to do, if they could consider working with a startup. Because you have to understand, there are some quite innovative Mittelstand companies, but there's still a lot which haven't been in touch with startup. And it's still like some education to do there. And so we have then a kind of a list of technologies and what those Mittelstand companies are looking for, and we're trying to match them with the scouting activities of, for example, Israel, but we also do in the DACH region, for example. And I think that's something where we can bring in a good benefit for them. And as I said, it's not only for investment purposes; it's also just for bringing innovation into the ecosystem. For example, like we did with City Transformers. I think you have seen Anat before. You also have seen the picture of how they've been in Heilbronn. And what we did with them is basically what I was telling you before. Like I met them actually in the IAA, and I was amazed by the technology. And I was as we are talking to the municipality of Heilbronn as well, I know about like the problems of decarbonizing the municipality, of the lack of parking lots. So we kind of organized a roadshow for them to do the workshop with the municipality. But it was not only for talking with the public sector, it's also about talking with the private sector, because this just brings in additional speed, especially for a startup. So we've been inviting other companies, commercial fleets, as well as in other investors. And I think that's where we bring in the benefits, and that's where we see also the big benefit with our partners and scouting team in Israel. And well, that's basically about the Zukunftsfonds. That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Sebastian. And indeed, we are very happy to have you, great supporters of Israel and the Israeli industry, and wish to see more success stories in the future. Okay, we will rapidly jump now to the pitching sessions again. This time Industry 4.0, as we said before. We will start with Uwe Schneider from GoArc. On a personal remark, I know the founder of GoArc because his daughter used to be in the same school as my daughter. All right, so please, Uwe.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting GoArc to present to you today. I'm with GoArc now for roughly 7-8 months, and in the past I've mainly worked with North American, with US companies. And sorry, and I must say that one of the experiences that I made very early on with Israeli companies is how passionate these guys are. In meetings that we're in, there is not a single meeting where people are not getting super passionate about their stuff and pushing hard to get stuff done. And it was my very first management meeting they had where somebody was really crying in the meeting. I'd never experienced this before, so an amazing experience. So GoArc. We're not a startup anymore. I would consider us more an early stage growth company. We were given birth 2016, 2015 by our 3 founders. They're not the typical founders. They are industry veterans, so they have a lot of experience in corporations. One of the guys was running HR for a large Israeli company. The other lady was the CIO of one of the largest companies in Israel. And our CEO, Dror Barak, he founded his own business in the past, a consultancy business. And yeah, my role is in the company to help them to grow. So I'm responsible for all go-to-market and all customer-facing activities. And I have supported companies in the past a couple of times to take them from, I don't know, 15, 20 million in revenue to a couple of 100 million in revenues. The company is headquartered in close to Jerusalem, in Motza Elite. We're roughly 80 people today. And yeah, the majority of the people are in Israel. We have a few folks here in Europe, in North America, and in Asia Pacific. One thing that really separates us in our business model is how we work with our clients. So yes, we're a software company and we provide standard out-of-the-box software applications, but we typically partner with our clients. And as a result, we jointly build software solutions for them. So that means that our software solutions are highly customized to the requirement that our clients have. Who are our clients? Our clients are typically companies in what I call risky and dirty industries. No financial services, so it's mainly oil and gas, chemical, mining, and the energy sector, these kind of companies. And where we help these companies indeed is on their goal zero. So is everybody in, or somebody here working in or close to health and safety? No. Is somebody working in a risky industry here in the room? Ah, okay. Someone. So what is the goal zero? Goal zero for these companies is driving down the number of incidents to zero. You know, we have BASF here in the neighborhood, and people from here know that from time to time, indeed, incidents are happening. And in a few occasions, even people get injured, or we have fatalities where people are dying. And so therefore, a lot of companies in these industries, you know, have put a goal on their agenda that means 0 incidents, 0 accidents. And as a consequence, there are, you know, the environmental impact or the negative environmental impact that these companies have is going to 0 as well. On the more commercial, on the business side, the direct correlation is that if you don't have incidents, then your asset uptime remains high. Because with every incident that you have to shut down assets, you have to shut down the site. And what it means for BASF to shut down Ludwigshafen for a couple of minutes, a couple of hours, or even days is massive. So this is what we're doing. We are supporting these companies to reduce the number of accidents and increase the asset performance of the companies. We heard about Industry 4.0. And here we are already talking about Industry 5.0. So what does it mean? What's the difference? So in Industry 4.0 and 4.0, we learned that there's a lot of focus on certain technologies, new technologies, cutting edge technologies, and automation. 5.0, and actually this is as well, if you like this terminology, is as well developed by the European Union, like 4.0, is again putting the human, the environment, and resilience back into the focus of business activities. And this is important for us because we are working with our clients on the autonomous factory. So you might say that autonomous factory means to put humans out of the picture, but this is indeed not the case. Humans going forward will have, or already have today, different jobs, different problems to solve, and this is what we're doing with them. So we enable humans to solve complex problems in the area of safety and in the area of risk. Actually, I intended to go with you into a bit more detail around safety management, but due to the fact that we don't have real experts here in the room, I think it's better to use an example to explain what we're doing and how we're doing it differently. So look at a modern automotive, a modern car. So cars are using a lot of technology, smart technology, to understand really what's going on surrounding the car in order to avoid accidents. So the car, for example, is using LiDAR, scanner technologies to see what's going on in front of the car or left and right of the car. They're using sensors to understand the conditions of the ground they are driving on. And they're using other technologies to get a more comprehensive understanding what is ahead of the car. They're using GPS data, for example. They're using all this data in order to prepare the car to brake just in case something might happen. So this is what we call a proactive approach to risk management. So it's really leveraging information, leveraging data that is available right now, add context to it, and then take an action, brake in that situation. We talked about predictive analytics, so making assumptions on what could go wrong. We are talking about prescriptive. So this is, yes, making assumptions around what could go wrong, but as well making recommendations on what to do. So pushing the brake in the example of the car. So that's the big, if you like, a big difference here. So how are we doing this in an industrial context today? So now we are trying to access data from the environment. So from all systems, applications, IIoT devices, from the workers themselves, to understand really what's going on. So it's accessing data. And then we apply a risk model that is patented by us that in real time and with the application of artificial intelligence is able to understand complex risk scenarios. Because there's another, like lessons learned, is that severe accidents have typically multiple root causes. There is not just one reason why stuff has happened. Typically, multiple different events have happened. They were not analyzed properly. It was not understood how they would correlate. And that's the reason typically why bad stuff is happening. So what we are doing, we're looking currently at 6 different risk dimensions, and we put them in interaction to, or in correlation better, to understand what could go wrong. So we are looking at, what is the worker or the employee actually doing or supposed to do? Does this person have the right education, the right certification to do this? We look at the activity itself. So what is the worker supposed to do, right? And then when we understand, okay, this is the work they have to do, we already know, does the guy have the certification to do it? We know what would be material, potentially hazardous materials the guy would get in touch with. And we know, because we know the worker, that this person has a certification, and we know how much time, for example, this worker has spent with this material or close to this material in the past, because this is an important information for them. The environmental risk, we know how the weather is going to be tomorrow when this work has to be executed. maybe tomorrow it's rainy or it's windy, so we need to prepare the worker for the work that he has to done in this environment. Very, very basic example. We know where the work will be executed. Is it, for example, work in height, or is it work in a contained space? And again, we know what the people have to do in order to do this successfully without risk. And we know the assets, the equipment, the tools that are used, right, and the risk that they are imposing. So we use a risk model that is looking all this in combination and is then highlighting potential risk, is flagging this, and is recommending actions to mitigate the risk, prevent the risk from happening. And as a consequence, we are able to drive down the number of risks. This concept is applied in multiple workflows or processes in these industries. I don't want to go through all of them here, but these are basic processes that companies are using in the area of operational excellence and safety, health and safety. We talked about the Industry 4.0 technologies, and here you see the technologies that GOAG are using in order to build and to deploy these technologies. From our perspective, important is to say that these solutions are SaaS-based solutions, so software as a service. This allows to drive down the total cost of ownership because companies don't have to invest in their own infrastructure to use this. It allows a much faster access to these solutions and access to innovation because, for example, we're providing software updates multiple times per month to our end users and not on a whatever half-yearly or yearly basis. Right? And let me focus a bit on the worker-centric side is because it's for these kind of solutions, it's critical that the people are actually using it. And people are only using it if they feel comfortable with the experience of these solutions. So what we have done is we have developed them what we call bottom-up. That means our people, our developers are indeed working with operators, with workers in the field, understand their requirements, and then build solutions together with them. This is coming back to this concept to use our clients as design partners. And a bit of recognition that we only recently have received. Verdantix, I'm pretty sure nobody knows Verdantix here in the room, but they are the most prominent and largest analyst and consultant in the area of environment, health and safety, and operational risk management, UK and American based company. And they have awarded one of our clients, a company called Delec in North America, for their a very innovative use of process safety management capabilities, including our artificial intelligence solutions. So as a startup or early stage growth company without a massive marketing budget, we are super proud that we have achieved this with our client. So that's actually it, what I wanted to share with you today. There are questions?
Uwe, thank you so much for this presentation. Good. Next presentation will be taking place by Inspector, right? Inspector, forgive me for pronouncing the name. You will have to help me here. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, hallo alle zusammen. Mein Name ist Rapp und ich vertrete heute den Herrn Bernd Schumacher. Ja. Ich möchte keinen schocken, dass ich jetzt auf Deutsch spreche. Die Folie ist auf Englisch. Ich gehe davon aus. Achso, die stecke ich jetzt ein. Ja. Ja, okay. Genau. Heißt jetzt nicht, dass ich hier gesessen habe und nichts verstanden habe, sondern ich bin bei der Inspektor seit dem 1. April, bin ich als Vertriebsingenieur unterwegs. Im technischen Vertrieb bin ich schon seit 6 Jahren in Baden-Württemberg und dementsprechend ist eigentlich mein tägliches Geschäft quasi auf der Fläche, nah an der Produktion bei den Kunden, in der Regel in der deutschen Sprache, von daher fehlt mir ein bisschen die Übung, aber grundsätzlich gehe ich schon davon aus, dass jeder heute weiß, was ich sagen möchte. Mal eine Frage generell, wie viele Leute sind jetzt hier, die auch schon Kontakt mit der Bildverarbeitung haben oder aber auch in der Nähe von der Produktion überhaupt ihre Tätigkeiten haben? Okay, das freut mich. Ja, Inspecto, die Inspecto GmbH aus Heilbronn, ja, Tel Aviv. Was Sie hier sehen, ist eigentlich schon das Inspektionssystem Inspecto S70. Ja. Das findet seinen Einsatz überall in der produzierenden Industrie, wo irgendwas geprüft werden soll. Entweder tun das schon Kamerasysteme oder es sind einfach Menschen, die das sich anschauen und dann sagen, ist okay oder ist nicht okay. Ja. Das Besondere bei Inspecto ist, dass die Nutzer von uns ein direktes Komplettsystem bekommen, das heißt Software und Hardware. Ja, das Prinzip ist einfach Plug-in and Inspect. Das heißt also auspacken und Sie können selbstständig und unabhängig einfach beginnen und die Inspektion durchführen. Ist das auch? Hallo? Okay. Kurz zu Inspecto selbst. Die ersten Schritte quasi aus Tel Aviv 2015 in Zusammenarbeit mit Unternehmen aus Baden-Württemberg, wo man auch quasi Feedback erhalten hat zur Version 3. Heute sind wir dabei, die Version 5 zu etablieren. Folgte daraus, dass wir dann auch durch Unterstützung des Heilbronner Zukunftsfonds dann quasi die Unternehmensgründung 2017 vollzogen haben. Und wir sind jetzt rund 50 Mitarbeiter. Davon sind die meisten noch in der Entwicklung mit Sitz in Tel Aviv. Wir mit dem Team, was wir unten jetzt hier sehen, zum Beispiel der Herr Schumacher als CEO ist in Heilbronn, ebenso auch der Herr Frank Weigel, der seit über 30 Jahren quasi im Rahmen der Bildverarbeitung tätig ist und die anderen Kollegen, wie zum Beispiel der Unternehmensgründer, sind in Tel Aviv. Was ist das Besondere an unserem System? Es ist komplett autonom. Ja? Die bisherige Bildverarbeitung ist so, wie wir sie kennen, in der konventionellen Art und Weise so, dass wir sagen, der Kunde möchte ein Produkt herstellen, ja, und möchte das jetzt im Rahmen der Bildverarbeitung prüfen lassen. Dann lässt er sich einen Hersteller quasi ins Haus kommen und der stellt ihm in der Regel das perfekte Licht zusammen, die Software, die er braucht und auch die Kamera, die er benötigt. Ja. Das hat zur Folge, dass es durchaus intensiv an Zeit kostet, ja, und aber auch, wenn die Produkte sich ändern, das heißt, wenn das Produkt variiert, kann es sein, dass das, was man an Hardware und Software hatte, vielleicht nicht mehr so verwendbar ist, wie es eigentlich angedacht war. Zum anderen ist es auch noch so, dass dieses Prinzip der Bildverarbeitung darauf basiert, dass man die Fehler, die am Bauteil entstehen können, dass man über die Bescheid wissen muss und dass man die quasi dort mit einpflegen muss. Das könnte ein bisschen problematisch werden, wenn man sagt, man stellt jetzt ein neues Produkt her, man weiß noch gar nicht, wo die Fehler auftauchen können. Ja? Oder aber auch, wenn Fehler quasi entstehen, die aber nicht eingelernt sind. Und das Prinzip, was wir beim Inspecto S70 haben, ist, dass wir sehr schnell einfach anhand von 20 bis 30 Gutteilen dem neuronalen Netz beibringen, wie sieht unser Gutteil aus, mit allen seinen Varianzen. Und alles, was davon abweicht, ja, wird als Fehler automatisch detektiert. Somit ist auch das Thema, wenn das Produkt variiert oder ein komplett neues Produkt kommt, einfach das Unlearning komplett selbstständig und unabhängig. Ja. Die KI, wie ist sie grundsätzlich aufgebaut? Bestehend aus 3 Modulen. Ja, in dem ersten Modul beginnt das Einlearning, das heißt also auch die komplette Hardware der KI, das heißt rund um das Thema Licht, wird automatisch eingestellt und wird auch während der Produktion reproduzierbar so wiedergegeben. In der visuellen Inspektion ist das Thema Licht elementar wichtig. Das heißt also, ob am Tag mit der Umwelt quasi von draußen quasi inspiziert wird oder in der Nachtschicht, wo nur Hallenlicht ist, ist also von großer Bedeutung und darauf stellt sich die KI von alleine ein. Die zweite KI erfasst automatisch das Bauteil und erkennt es auch. Das heißt also, man kann der KI auch unterschiedliche Bauteile beibringen und die werden automatisch erkannt. Und die dritte KI ist dann die, die automatisch die Inspektion dann durchführt. Und da sieht man es dann auch in Praxis, wie das dann abläuft. Okay, Moment, ich muss kurz was trinken. Unterschiedliche Applikationen, die wir bisher gelöst haben, wie können die aussehen? Das heißt also, es können unterschiedliche Arten von Werkstoffen sein, aber auch Größen. Wir sehen jetzt also von kleinen Kratzern, die wir ermitteln wollen, oder aber auch Größen Steckverbindungen oder andere Geschichten. Das kann alles halt eingelernt werden. Das heißt also, die Kamera kann entweder nah am Bauteil sein oder aber auch weiter weg. Hier auch nochmal ein paar Beispielbilder und Aufnahmen aus der Produktion. Die Taktzeit ist auch hier unter einer Sekunde. Das Bauteil muss bei der Inspektion nicht zwangsläufig stehen bleiben. Das heißt, es kann also auch im Verfahrweg quasi aufgenommen werden. Ja, bundesweit stehen ca. 100 bis 150 Systeme, die schon eingesetzt werden. Und das sind einfach die Referenzen, die wir bisher haben. Und wo wir auch weiter dann dran sind. Genauso auch nochmal hier die unterschiedlichen Applikationen und Werkstoffe, die quasi inspiziert werden können. Und damit danke ich Ihnen schon. Fragen an der Stelle?
Ich würde mal fragen, wie weit kann man denn so mal die Trainieren, das Sie gezeigt haben, denn virtualisieren? Ich habe idealerweise schon einen digitalen Zwilling vom Bauteil im 3D-System.
Was meinen Sie mit virtualisieren? Genau.
Ja, nein, Sie haben ja das Bauteil, haben Sie ja schon digital. Ne?
Genau.
Die Software macht ja dann nachher nichts anderes, als dass das reale Bauteil wieder digitalisiert wird und abgeglichen wird mit Bauteil. Das ist ja auch wieder ein digitales. Und dann die Frage, ob man diesen Teaching-Prozess dann auch digitalisieren kann.
Müsste ich mal bei der Entwicklung fragen, bin ich jetzt überfragt. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, last speech before we get into the next break. Sign off on another dimension, another very successful, not a startup company. To this, I would like to tell you, first of all, we have outside a photo machine, which you can take your photo. So go and use it. It's here for you. It's a nice souvenir. Then also,
Warum geht das hier nicht mehr?
Ich hab's stumm, ich mach's scharf.
Innovation Summit 2022 in different social medias. So please do that. Now, bevakasha.
So thank you for having me here. Before I start, I bought some samples. I would like to pass it between you. Before I start my presentation, I would like to explain in simple sentence what actually we are doing. We are able to print electronic device with our leading product. It's called Dragonfly. Now we mainly talk about this product, the Dragonfly. And let's start. So, okay, good. So actually, currently we introduced the Dragonfly 4. During the last 2 years, we raised about 1.5 billion from the NASDAQ, through the NASDAQ. And after that, we actually started to do M&A activity. We acquired a few companies. I will mention the names and what each company is doing actually. Nanofabrica, it's an AM company, additive manufacturing company for micro parts. The second one is DeepCube, AI software company, an Israeli one. Also Nanofabrica, it's an Israeli company. And the third one is SMTech. They are actually, it's a pick-and-place company. They have a pick-and-place system, and they actually place those electronic components on this board. In our future product, we'll integrate their solution into our machine. And also we acquire a company called GIS. It's a British company. They have a subsystem to feed, I will explain later, to feed ink into the heads of the machine. So all this company, all their technology will be implemented in our next generation product. And we are currently also doing scouting for a company in Europe for additional acquisition. About the number of employees, we are about 500 employees globally, headquartered in Israel, office in Munich, in Boston, and in Hong Kong also small office. Patents, we have about 35 patents, and we are invest a lot in R&D, and we'll release new patents soon. Regarding our customers, so as you can see, it's quite globally. We mainly target currently research institute and academia, and a bit defense company as well. I can mention a few names like Max Planck, Hensoldt, a defense company, ITT University in Italy, Aris, also a defense company in the US, a few secret service that we also sold them a machine. Actually, we are targeting mainly, we call it early adopters. It's a customer that are willing to investigate and explore new technology. They give us feedback, some of them, and we are target, as I mentioned, those kind of customers. So, as I mentioned, it's we focus on research, academia, and defense. Our next step is to target also medical, industrial, automotive, and OEM. We started to do that, but it will probably be more relevant with our next system. A bit about the technology. So the technology, it's inkjet technology. We actually print layer by layer from sketch and build a 3D printed electronic. We call it high performance electronic device. It's similar, I mean, most those who are familiar, it's similar to PCB, but we are able to do much more complex shape. I mean, I will show you short movie about the technology. It's not just that we print. There is some process in order to make the object solid. So we need to cure and sintering the layer. I mean, between the layers, processes require curing or sintering. There is a short movie that show that. So this is the inductive and the conductive. There are two materials. Now we start with the conductive one. The conductive is deposit. It's a silver nanoparticles similar to copper with good conductivity, and then sintering in order to make it a solid. We remove all the solvent and keep this nanoparticle in the object. Now it's the electric, and then we got the high performance electronic device. So it's done layer by layer. We built it layer by layer till we got the object. It's again the process. It's fully a digital process. You actually upload the file from the ECAD. The one who designed the board or the electronic device do that with the ECAD software, and then all the process. We got the file, we analyzed it with our own software, and then it's a plug and play. You started to print, till, I mean, we started to print the first layer, then as I mentioned, curing or sintering to make it solid. And then we built layer by layer till we got the, the complete device. The gold one, again, it's important to understand there are two materials here. The gold one is the conductive ink, and the black one is the electric, the one who insulation the current, I mean. Since it's a totally new technology, there are specific design rules for this technology. And actually, this is one of our challenge, because we need somehow to educate the user or the market how to work with this technology. It's not similar to the traditional manufacturing. I think this is actually our biggest challenge, how to educate or the engineers to work according to our rules. There are many benefits in that, but also there are some limitation. But they need to know how to work with that. And this is actually the main challenge. And this is why we approach research and the university, because we believe they are innovative in their minds, and they are the future also. They are willing to test new technology, and we believe that they will take us further with this technology. The benefits of this system, I will mention a few benefits. So first one, there is no limitation with the shape. We can do, this is a simple shape, but we can do crazy stuff. I have one samples. So it's there is no limitation with the shape, no limitation with the numbers of layers that we can do. I mean, here, we can do really miniature components or boards or electronic device. We definitely keep those who have this machine in-house, they can keep their IP in-house. They don't need to send the file to subcontractor in China or in any other factory. This is currently the way everybody do that. You can do a lot of iteration in your design in-house, so you can time it to market is better. You can print overnight, it's fast. And also, I think the most important thing also is that you can, it's a digital file. So you don't need to do any setup. One day you can print one device, and another day, totally different device compared to the traditional that they put a lot of efforts to do setup. So, yeah. And the most, I think this is we are in a green session, so the carbon footprint, the process is compared to the traditional one is way there is less waste completely. I mean, this is a additive technology. We actually build from sketch to something, and the traditional is a subtractive technology. They take plates and started to remove actually material, plating, a lot of process. I have a good slide here that show the difference between the process. This is factory for PCB manufacturing with a lot of machine, a lot of chemical process. It's a long process. Mainly it's done in China, I can say, but there are some in Europe and US as well. But when you go to mass production, you go to the Asia Pacific. And low volume, it's mainly done in Europe and US if the company is here. I mean, and here you can see on the left, this is our process. It's a short process done with a small machine in office. So it's a totally other game, I would say. Advantage of the technology. So actually, I mean, compared to the traditional, we can do any routing of the conductive. You can see twisted routing, for example, or a different shape, antenna on the right, top right. This is an antenna that was printed with our machine. It's not, I mean, it's not non-planar shape. We can do any kind of shape that we want. And this is the main benefits, I think. Yeah. I mean, again, the conductive, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but there is connection between the layers. It's called via. between the layers they are drilling. It's not there is a like a kind of drilling. It's not drilling, and then it's plating. So we print that. We don't need to drill. It's all done during the printing. So this also benefits, and we can do all this vias or connection in any shape that we want, diagonal or crazy, shape. We have our own software in order to make all the process seamless. It's actually helped to meet the design rules. It's you remember that I told you that we need to educate the market. So this software actually check if the design, the one who designed the boards meet the design rules of our machine. If it's not met, then you need to fix it, but it's something that makes the process all seamless, is more easy and fluent. So we have our own process. I will not go deeply into that. Our own software, sorry. A few samples application. I mean, this is the key in the end. And it's few samples that were printed with our machine. DeepCube, I mentioned it's a company that we acquire. I mean, we will implement the AI solution into our machine, and actually we will improve our yield. The yield of the machine will be much better. It's already implemented, but it will be implemented in our next generation as well. I mean, one feature is implemented in our current machine. If I have 2 minutes more, I will talk about the second product. No, that's all.
I'm sorry.
If you have any questions, so I'm here too.
Okay, now thank you very much. Indeed, Nano Dimension, one of the promising, again, not the startup companies in Israel. Now we will take, we're a bit behind time, so we will shorten our break a bit, not too much. So let's meet here at 25, okay? We do not want to finish too late. We will start with a short quiz. Hope it will be fun, and then we continue with our agenda. So please, 425. So I have some good news for you. Because we're ahead of time, behind time, so the closing remarks I will not do, okay? I had enough time on stage. But what we will do, we play a short game. Wer ist wer? Who is who? I don't think it's going to be too complicated, being honest, but just a bit entertainment. Please, I hope no one is going to be offended. It's just talking about cultural differences. And in order to do business, we need to understand some differences between our cultures. Both cultures I really like. I think I'm Germanized a bit, I must say. And there's a game, there's a quiz. Again, I don't know how we will manage that, but okay. I asked for a click. I couldn't find a click, so I brought a human one. I want to introduce you Vincent Gruber. Vincent Gruber worked in my team, and he also helped me to do this presentation. So let's go. Vincent. Duck. Enter. Try the enter maybe. Down, left. Go to the left, right. No, there about. Up, almost. Okay, so we need all to guess who's the German and who's the Israelis. I know it's difficult, so I'll read it over, okay? Whenever I have a Zoom meeting or a call, I mostly tend to be online 5 minutes in advance. In average, most meetings tend to start anyway a bit later, so late than planned. Time is a relative thing. So I think this one, it's quite obvious. Let's keep, actually most of them are quite obvious. Vincent, let's go fast. We don't want to waste too much time. Thank you. Next. Okay. Never lose the sight of work as a whole. Don't get lost in details. On the other hand, it is the little things that make perfection, but perfection is anything but a little thing. Very good. Keep on. Yeah. Okay. If someone disagrees about the flags order, please say, okay? Okay. Sometimes a joke can cheer up the vibe towards a higher productivity, even if I am the object of laughter. On the other hand, I take myself very seriously. I can laugh about myself only if it's a really good one. Maybe it's not true then. Okay. Okay, next. Okay. Resources may be scarce. I must use them wisely and always think environmental. On the other hand, I can learn a thing or two about being more efficient, especially when it comes to leftovers after a good meal. So I don't know how many of you were already in Israeli restaurants or was invited to Israeli homes, but it's always, I feel a little bit some pain inside seeing so many leftovers are thrown after yeah. And food is expensive, and still we throw everything. Not everything, but yes. Okay. Strangers might tend to think we argue, but the truth is it's just a normal conversation with different options. And this is true. Sometimes people would ask, why is these two Israelis in the middle of a meeting? Why do they argue? But basically, we just speak very loud. I have an aunt, that's a true story. She, like, her decibel is 16 above. She doesn't know to speak low. It really doesn't matter. Bring me the water! And she goes like that. On the other hand, if there is a real debate, trust me, you will notice. And I think this is something about that. Okay, keep on. As an investor, I would prefer to invest in an entrepreneur who failed with his previous startup. Otherwise, frankly speaking, no tolerance for failures. So I don't know if there's no tolerance really for failures. But yeah, I have a friend, and he told me like a true story about when they made an investment. They were really looking for it was a criteria, making sure that this entrepreneur already failed with his previous startup. So that was a bonus for him. Why? Because he told me while he was doing his startup, now he knows which mistakes he should not repeat. So no one really wants to fail, but sometimes it can be an advantage. Okay. My personal life is highly valued. I strictly separate the working part and my private life. 2 phones is a must. And yes, I think you agree with me. Some of you do hold 2 phones, right? And on the other hand, I have a strong social cohesion, and I find it difficult not to reply messages even at night. I must say, but I know quite a lot of Germans that are also very, very active with their mobile even at 12 o'clock at night. So one of them, if you know Wipke Fischer. Okay. Soon we're done. People tend to warp their arm around their colleagues' shoulders when greeting each other before a meeting. My background is not really described as a touch feeling. Shaking hands is enough. That's not totally true. We hug only if we know people good enough and for a long time. But yeah, it's a bit more touchy, and I think we all notice that. Next one. A yes is a yes, and a no is a no. Preparation is the key. On the other hand, negotiations and bargaining are quite common. Don't expect the first offer as a reasonable price. And this is for you when you're negotiating with Israelis. I would say that is quite true. What else? Talking politics. Okay, talking politics is part of our daily life, including business. On the other hand, don't ask me about politics, please. Again, I experienced some things. Of course, I'm generalizing, and again, please forgive me for doing that. Management styles tend to be collaborative. Everybody is given an opportunity to express opinions and contribute to the decision-making process. On the other hand, those who have reached the top should be respected as individuals who have worked hard. The thing is how it works in Israel. We do value the debate, I think. So even, and of course, let's say the boss will always cut and decide at the end. We do encourage people to say what they have to say and to hear a pluralism of different ideas. Okay, we have more? No, that's it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Vincent. And now we go back to the agenda, okay? Next panel discussion is going to be about AI. Now, artificial intelligence is a fairly general concept. It includes within a lot of different and varied fields and approaches that began and developed, believe me or not, already in the 50s. Artificial intelligence is a concept that refers to any method or way that causes a computer or machine to display some level of wisdom. Now we have the AI, we have the machine learning, we have the deep learning, and there's a lot of different ways, and again, different layers of AI. The next two sessions are going to be very interesting. When I try to learn, I find out that, for example, there's the AI Innovation Park, KI, here in Baden-Württemberg, the Alliance Industry 4.0, that coordinated by the VDMA, the Digital Hub AI in Karlsruhe, the Cyber Valley, and much more. And I hope that in the next two sessions, we can understand what Baden-Württemberg is doing in the AI field. Another thing that I understood, again, when I read, is that 30% of state value creation in Baden-Württemberg is generated by industry. So basically 30% GDP. And most amazing is that 5.6 of total GDP is dedicated to R&D, which 80% out of it comes from the private sector. And why I'm mentioning that? Because in Israel, we are always proud to say that our GDP in total is, our R&D is total 5% of our GDP. And here comes Baden-Württemberg and either bypass or overpass the Israeli figures. So, for example, just for you to know, in the total German, again, from the figures I collected, it's a bit more than 3.5. While Baden-Württemberg, you really dedicate a lot of your resources to R&D. And some of it goes to AI, of course. So, without any further ado, the first panel, which will be moderated by Dr. Jochen Haller, right? Senior Consultant Innovations Management, Baden Campus. Please take your seat. Joining him will be Alexander Kuberlein. I hope I pronounce it fine. From Andreas Stiel. Sigrid Rugner, yeah, genau. Head of Business Innovation Ecosystem at IDS Imaging. Alberto Zamora from Sapiens Services, and Ana Maria Christescu. So again, we have a moderator. Please introduce again your panel members. Okay, good. Dr. Johan, please go ahead.
So welcome you all here to the panel discussion with the topic AI is the key to sustainability. My name is Jochen Haller. I'm working as a senior consultant innovation management at Baden Campus. So first of all, before we start with the panel discussion, I would like to make a short introductory round. So please tell the audience what is your personal background and for which organization you are working for. Let's start ladies first. I learned today is the day of the of the ladies. So let's start with Sigrid.
It's Girls' Day. Today it's Girls' Day. Thanks a lot that I could be here today. My name is Sigrid Rögner. I am working with startups since 20 years as investor, as network manager, and now since 2018 as business. I have to look because I can't say that. As business innovation and ecosystem head at IDS. What is IDS doing? IDS is a camera company in the near from Heilbronn. What we are doing, we make the industry a seeing, and we make around about 200,000 cameras each year, normally not in this year because we have no sensors. But that's a problem most of you know, maybe. We make 2D cameras, 3D cameras, and since 2019, AI cameras with own softwares. It's new for us. And we are one of the German Mittelstand with 330 employers in Obersulm.
Yeah, thank you, Sigrid. Would you continue, Anna Maria?
Yeah, of course, thank you. Anna Maria Christescu is my name. In English, yeah, I forgot, sorry. I'm working for an applied research institute. It's called Fraunhofer. Fraunhofer is in Germany very popular. There are 72 institutes. I'm working for Fraunhofer Codis in Heilbronn. And I'm responsible for the research and development management, artificial intelligence, and I'm here to represent actually the Innovation Park AI, Heilbronn, Baden-Württemberg. We will change the name to be really shorter because this is like way too long. Since everybody was asking me about the Innovation Park and not about Fraunhofer, just one sentence about the Innovation Park. We are starting to, we are really in the beginning, we are starting to build an innovation park in Heilbronn, as I said, with a focus on artificial intelligence, and there are universities, there are applied research institutes, focus on emphasis on applied, because we are doing something that should be also applied. And there are companies, there will be companies, middle-sized, small, but also big companies that will join us, and together in one ecosystem, not only virtual, but also physical. That's the real beauty of Heilbronn. We will hopefully do a lot of innovative products in Heilbronn made in Baden-Württemberg.
Yeah, thank you, Anna Maria. Perhaps another hint for the audience. You mentioned, or you both mentioned, the event on AI in Heilbronn starting in July. Perhaps you would like to say
I think an AI festival. It's really nice with music.
Yeah, it's going to be an AI festival, and you will hear about it in the press. But it's going to be hopefully it will be, because we are not 100% sure, but it's going to be between 15th and 17th of July.
We have 3 days for AI. I hope you will come.
So all of you are interested, please join this event here. Thank you. So Alberto, would you please like to continue?
Alberto Zamora, my name. I've been working with startups for 20 years as well, but on the other side, I'm an entrepreneur. Built the company of Sapiens, put this t-shirt to make it easy for you. And what we do is supply chain augmentation. We use artificial intelligence to augment supply chain, and so get more transparency, predictability, and trust. And we are based here, actually, in Mafinex. So one last thing, I have a hard stop at 5, sorry, but today was a difficult day for me, so I will stand up at 5 and go out. So I'm very interested, but I couldn't change my other meeting. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Then last but not least, Alex.
Yeah, thank you for having me. My name is Alexander Köberlein. I'm working for the Stihl Group. So you may know Stihl from its chainsaws, obviously. We produce those orange handheld power tools. Yeah, but I don't have any contact points with our products, to be honest. So I'm working in the digitalization department. And we are like the corporate VC arm of the Stihl Group. So what we're doing is, quintessentially 2 things. First of all, we invest capital into startups, which are in like a focus industry of ours, for example, forestry, landscaping, private gardening, agriculture, everything you could imagine, which is kind of around our products. And secondly, we try to initiate collaborations between startups and our departments. So if we find anything that's of interest for us, we try to forward it to the respective department and hopefully try to initiate senseful POCs. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. So let's start with the first question. First of all, I would be very interested in practical examples for the use of AI. So my question would be, could you please tell us some practical examples for the use of AI in your organization, especially with respect to sustainability?
Yes, we make AI possible for our customers. We have 50 startups we work for with our intelligent camera with AI inside. And they make, what they do, they make solutions like we saw inspections or to grip with robotics, intelligent autonomous driving with cars inside the logistic, or much more. We worked with that since 2018 and saw that they have a problem. And since 2020, we have an own platform and marketplace for AI solutions with, I think, around about 18 solutions with machine vision AI themes. And that's where we worked with AI and with our AI NXT. That's a camera. You can work really easy with that. You can make by yourself AI solutions for machine vision.
Okay, within this 18 use cases, the one particular use case with.
Yes, you can look about bees, what they do. You can look what they bring inside the bee home, or you can look with inspections, what is fault, what's right. You can train the pictures, not so lot pictures, 50 to 100 pictures, and you can see what's the faults. You can make anomalies with that cameras, with a lot of things. You can make things in smart city, Mestec. That's what the customer needs and what's possible is everything you can see with the eyes. Like a child who learned what's the problems with that.
Okay, thanks. With respect to of the time, would you please continue, Alberto?
Yes. Of course, we do apply AI to supply chain. This is what we do. It was not our idea to build something with AI from the beginning. It was our customers' demand. We started doing supply chain, and customers keep talking about use AI to predict risks in our supply chain. We want to know, for example, as well, how sustainable are our suppliers working, because my end product is only as sustainable as the end product or semi-final products from my suppliers. So we acquired last February 2021 a company from the University of Mannheim. They had built with 10 PhDs AI deep learning platform at the University of Mannheim, a company called Priming Cloud. Since then, we have an AI engine built in our Sapiens hub, and we do a lot of things with AI. The first, I just will mention one of them, which I think is quite interesting. I think you hear something about the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. In Germany, they call it Lieferkettengesetz. Right. We have customers that do have like 20,000 suppliers, but only 10 people managing the procurement. You know, and what the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act says is that you have to do due diligence on all your suppliers, and you need to calculate a risk analysis on all of them, because in future, we want to make sure the products we buy here are from suppliers that are respecting human rights, right? So that's impossible to do it manually, because if you have 10 people managing 30,000 suppliers, it just doesn't work. And we do apply AI to find out and calculate the risk of your suppliers and your supply chain, that some of your companies from where you are buying components are violating human rights. How you do it? It's a bit of a secret source. There's a lot of sources that we analyze, the web, transaction, self-assessments, a lot of things that are combined, and then we calculate the probability of human rights violations in the supply chain. That's just one example. As I said, we use AI in many, many areas in the supply chain. That's why we call what we do supply chain augmentation, because we augment the supply chain by using AI and deep learning. And it's all made in Mannheim, so yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That means you are addressing here social sustainability in that case.
Well, yes, ESG is very important for our customers. CSR risk analysis is becoming more and more important. Some of them because they have to do it, because they get more investment. Some others because they have to do it. Now the Lieferkettengesetz, it's called Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz, but so it's the longest German word I know, which for me, as I'm from Spain, is very difficult to pronounce. But you know, now they have to do it, and they will all have to do it. I don't know if you're aware of that, but all companies in Germany with more than 1,000 employees have to do it by January 2024. It's a right thing to do, right? It's just unfair that we buy products here that contain products from companies that are not respecting human rights, right? And AI is helping improving the sustainability in the supply chains, which at the end I think will help all of us.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. Anna Maria, do you have an example from your practice?
Yeah, as I said, I'm working for a research institute, so my examples will be a little bit different than what you gave or you gave. We are helping companies to improve their processes in the industry, because we are talking about productivity and sustainability in production. And it was like that. Usually a company would come like to us. Most of the time are mid-sized companies, because the big companies have already a department for AI. And we would analyze the situation, and we would look to see how we can improve processes in the production. Now, I want to give an example, because you've done the same. I want to mention one project that is really very special in Heilbronn. It's called AI 25, but AI is not artificial intelligence, but it's Automotive Initiative 25. Maybe you've heard about it. Some companies like Audi, SAP, and also the Technical University München, Fraunhofer, of course, they work together to, in a real lab, it's a factory, Audi factory, to digitalize, first of all, the factory, to make the system communicate with each other, to collect data, apply AI to make the production more sustainable through predictive maintenance and some other solutions. So that is the example that I wanted to give. The project started last year, and it will end in 2025.
Okay, and what's the focus of this use case? To reduce waste, to reduce energy consumption, or what is the focus?
All of it. To have a smart factory, digitalization everywhere, data, use data, analyze the data, apply the AI to consume less waste, more prediction. We've heard today that the predictive analytics is not so far as we think it is, right? So we still have to do a lot in that area too.
Yeah, thank you. Last but not least, Alex, do you have an example from steel where you use AI for sustainability?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, we face exactly those problems with supply chain regulations as well. And we are kind of the big enough company you mentioned that has its own AI department. So as mentioned, I'm working in the digitalization department. And there we have like those guys working for the big data, and they try to, gather data within the company and identify use cases. And one especially interesting use case is with our colleagues in the magnesium die-cast area. They're producing parts for us and also for other companies. And there you can think about, for example, parts identification, predictive maintenance topics, as well as quality assurance. We heard about it from Inspector. So I think we have a lot of use cases within steel. So there are lots of them. And I think the number is increasing. So AI is becoming more of a trend also within our corporation and other companies.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your insightful answers. I would continue with a question in the same direction. This was now focused on use cases in your company or in your organization, but do you have other examples from the practice which you find remarkable for the audience, especially in the context of sustainability and AI? Do you have other examples you find remarkable?
I give one example, and then I have to leave. So I'm sorry, I keep repeating that. Something that sounds really stupid, but it's not, is like to know how much you produce of something. You know, it's a simple question: how much you produce from these sneakers, for example, right? Because if you produce too much, you are going to waste them. You are going to, whatever it is, whether it's food, whether it's something. And that simple question can be answered with AI. If you have proper demand planning, where you have a lot of parameters and you use correlations funding with AI, then you can know how much you should produce of which SKU depending on the demand and maybe on the markets you are going. And you are just being sustainable because you produce what you need, and you put that in the market where you need it, instead of just producing too much and wasting it, or producing it into the wrong market and moving it around. I think that is a very simple example, and not a lot of companies are using AI in that space yet today.
Okay, Jen, you mean this predictive analytics for demand, as in the
production planning, right? Before you go and produce the stuff, you let an algorithm think for you, analyze all the correlations, and the algorithm will tell you how much you have to produce for that market where you are producing now. And that avoids you from wasting lots of money, materials, time, fuel consumption, because you don't have to move things around from one warehouse to another warehouse and so on. And that's a simple one, but that is still not implemented in many companies.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, this demand planning aspect. I know Blue Yonder, I know in Karlsruhe, which makes this planning on the e-commerce level. Do you know something similar in the industry context?
Oh, AI helps us to reduce data, because you have to save every picture. We no longer save every image, but only images with defined features, or only the feature by itself, and not the only picture. You have not so much data to save. I think that's really a point, because if you have 1,000 or 5,000 pictures, it's really a lot. And in future, with AI, you make the inspections with AI, you save that picture that's false, not the other one. And from the others, only a feature, and that's really small. And so that can help to save energy, and maybe it's DSGVO conform. I don't know in English. I don't think that. Yeah.
Okay. Alex and Maria, do you know any examples from outside your organization?
What I like. So, the image recognition that you mentioned, this is something really interesting because you can apply it in quality control, and you can have much less waste. So that is sustainable. And I repeat what my colleague said about predictive analytics. This is also a very important thing. How much do I produce till then, and use the data to make forecasting and prediction, which I know I've seen everybody knows what we are talking about, but I can tell you companies are really here in the very beginning now.
Yeah, I mean, adding to that, it's all about saving resources, I guess. And also, I think it's really interesting for us as well, because you can transfer those image recognition topics, for example, into the to the forest as well. So if one of our customers goes out to the forest, think about in the future, you could take a photo with your camera or your phone even, and then you can analyze the tree health, for example, and you can fuel those, sustainable forestry in the future with artificial intelligence as well. So I think it's quite not limited use case wise. So you can transfer it to almost every part, every topic, everything you could imagine. So yeah, in general speaking, AI for us is about saving resources, optimize, automate, but you can transfer it to different topics.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Alex. Another question which came to mind in the context of AI, you talked a little bit about it already. What, in your experience, how common is the use of AI today in the German industry? What is your experience?
Well, there is a difference between big companies and mid-sized and small companies. The big companies have their own department, as I said before, and I know that even they have some issues, but they are different issues. They have different issues. The mid-sized companies have a lot of hopes in AI, and then they start a project. Maybe it's not so, the output is not what they wished for, so they break the project and they say, okay, the AI is not for me. So we have big companies with good AI, and we have mid-sized companies that need help. And this is why our role of applied research institutes, but also some other companies, is to help these companies to understand what AI is and check out what they can use for their production. Yeah, where can they use it, and so that they can improve their processes and not just like to have AI. This is a pretty important thing that I wanted to mention. Just think before you start. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Alex, you mentioned that you have known AI department, so I guess you are quite far in the AI journey, but what is your experience about other industry companies, about SMBs, for example?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. Like you said it, it really depends on the use case. And I came across one interesting study that almost 40% of the startups that claim to use AI, that they don't even use it. So I think AI is kind of a buzzword that everybody uses and nobody understands. So I think you should not implement a project just because of the AI, but to solve a problem. That's what it's all about. And I think, there's a lot of room for improvement in our company, but also in other companies which have no dedicated AI department. But yeah, just think about how many startups or how many companies claim to use it, but what they're actually doing is manual tasks in the background.
Okay, thank you. And Sigrid, what's your point of view on that?
I think it's a little bit like the cloud for 10 years. Everyone speak about the cloud and nobody knows what is cloud. And I think it's really the same now. We have customers who say, oh, it's not only 98% if you look at what is true or is not true, you see 98% is the right things. That's not enough for our rules in the industry, because we have 99.5% and not 98%. That's really a problem, because you see that's 98%, is it right? And what's with the 2%? You have to explain what is with the 2%, and you have to explain what's the problem, why you can't say that's right, or why you can't say it's not right. And that's really a problem in the moment.
Okay, thank you. That leads me to another question. When you think about implementing AI in the industry, so you already told some of them, but what are really the hurdles of implementing AI in the industry, and how could we overcome those hurdles?
Yeah, that's maybe my point to start, because AI implementing is not that easy. I think the biggest problem is that AI is kind of a black box for most of the people, and also for most of the people within the company, and also the decision makers. So you have to explain them what are you doing, what is it about, and that's the most important point. Explaining, because if you tell somebody that he has to implement something which he's not aware of, he will probably start building it by himself, and that needs time. So I think explaining is the most important part when it comes to implementing not only AI projects, but especially for AI projects.
Okay, thank you. Anna Maria, your point of view?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and we've seen the quits before. And if we talk about Germany, and I was not born in Germany, even if my mom is German, but in Germany there is this uncertainty avoidance. Yeah, this everything that is new, it creates fear, and you want to avoid uncertainty. So I think it's our role as researchers and specialists of everybody that works with AI to explain and to start a conversation with the people. When I say people, I'm talking about people in companies. Employees have to understand what is AI, to embrace it, and it's not so difficult to explain. Yeah, if somebody has an idea of statistics, they can at least understand what we are talking about. So this is our role, to explain, to take that fear away. So yeah, I think we researchers always wanted to communicate with researchers, and that's not a good thing. And then help companies to start to analyze what data they have and what they can do with it. But this is not something, to be honest, there are a lot of fundings, even in Baden-Württemberg, so there's a lot of potential to do it. It's just, my opinion is just try as a company, just try and see what potential you have in the company. If you don't have the data, companies can help you gather the data. So just try and analyze the situation in your company, seek for help. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think maybe we talk too much about AI, because everyone from us use AI with our smartphone, with Google Maps, and nobody speaks about AI. And industry, that means the robotics and who make their own thing. That's a fear from most of the people. And I think we have to speak about the solutions that will be possible with AI. And that's a lot.
Okay, thank you for your insights. With respect to time, I'm coming to the last question from my side. What do you think, in your opinion, in the future, what will be the most dominant, most substantial use case of AI in the German industry?
Yeah, I mean, I already said it, like the possibilities are almost unlimited. So I can't look into the future, so it's just my opinion. I think that AI is becoming more of the new normal, as we heard it today already. But yeah, you can implement it in virtually anything, any use case you can imagine. You can implement AI at some point. When it comes to automation, process optimization, everything which is relevant for like a corporate like Stihl, but also in other use cases, like you mentioned Google, for example, they constantly improve their algorithms in the background and you don't even notice it. So yeah, I think AI is becoming the new normal, but yeah, use case wise, yeah, you can not tell what's in the future.
In my opinion, there is not going to be a revolution, but an evolution. We talked about it in the break. I think in the next years is going to be forecasting, prediction. That is what I see in the next years, to be honest. No.
I think it's a little bit like the smartphones 2008. Nobody knows what will happen in the next years. But we have a look in the moment about farming. That's really interesting for us. What happened with there? What happened with AI? That's really interesting.
So, thank you then to my panelists for all these insightful answers. I hope you enjoyed it in the audience. Thank you for your time. Have a pleasant event.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause. Thank you, Jochen, Sigrid, Maria, and also Alberto, who left us in the middle. Okay, we will just jump to the next panel. Okay, this panel will be Smart Technologies from Baden-Württemberg, the land. This panel is going to be moderated by Max Meder. Where are you, Max, my friend? Hi. I would like to call also Matthias Kruse, thank you. Okay. Stefan Bley, Felix Kolmar, and Ingo Ramezol. Yeah, Ingo, Vice President at Robert Bosch Venture Capital. Achiad is not with us, huh, Maren? No. Okay. Good. Please take your seats. Thank you, Ingo. You start from here? Sorry? Max moderates. Max, okay.
Cool.
1, 2,
Sorry.
3, 4. Max, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Doron. Good afternoon to everyone. Happy, especially due to the fact to be here. Due to the fact that I was born in Mannheim. I had my company within Mannheim for over 14 years. So all the more interesting to see all you here in Mannheim, in my hometown. Good to be here. Thank you very much for the preparation. All the job being done well. Christian is somewhere around. It's good to be here. Thank you. I think I have an interesting panel, and due to some, schedule problems and very tight schedule, we will start with Felix Kolmar. He's CEO of CloudRail. And I think he will show us that Baden-Württemberg and Germany in general can do tech too. He's located here in Mafinex. So the floor is all yours. Please start.
Thank you. All right, perfect. So yeah, thanks a lot for having me today. My name is Felix Kolmar. I'm one of the founders and CEO of CloudRail. And yeah, my goal today is to give you a little overview about CloudRail. So CloudRail in a nutshell. So yeah, let me quickly start a little with the context. Well, the industrial Internet of Things, right? A huge buzzword, and I think we all get that this is quite a thing, right? So we've got something like 3.3 trillion US dollar in economic value. So Internet of Things, or Industrial Internet of Things in Germany, Industry 4.0. Well, massive buzzword. So if you allow me to simplify it, overly simplify it for this talk, I mean, it's about connecting factories to the cloud or connecting industrial assets to the cloud and then doing something with the data, right? So AI, predictive maintenance, big data, all those super nice buzzwords sitting on top, basically doing magic with data to create business value. Sounds super, super simple, and especially, well, connecting a factory to the cloud sounds simple too. But it's not, and this is actually the problem we're targeting with CloudTrail. So one issue in industrial Internet of Things and all use cases basically living in this industrial Internet of Things world is, well, it takes forever to connect assets to the cloud. So today, if you want to connect a single machine, you typically talk about multiple weeks or even months to connect one machine within a factory. Then you go to the next machine and you often start from scratch. And that's one of the reasons why, well, there are so many industrial IoT use cases, there's so many POCs, but we barely see any large industrial IoT project on the market. They just don't scale. And that's exactly the problem we're trying to solve with CloudTrail. So our job is basically do connectivity. Our job is to connect shop floor, the cloud, into the large industrial IoT ecosystems. So in most cases into AWS IoT or Microsoft Azure IoT. Those are our two big partners. So we're not a system integrator. We don't do something with AI. We don't work with data. Our job is really pure connectivity, getting data from the machine into the cloud. And we're better than traditional solutions because A, we're fast. So with CloudTrail, you can connect industrial assets within minutes to the cloud. And again, compare that to weeks or months per machine. I know, big claim, but I brought a live demo, so I'll actually prove it right here. And the second big value proposition is, well, scalability and enterprise grade. So CloudTrail does care about security. Huge topic if you open up the ecosystem factory to the cloud, to the internet, basically. And all the rollout process behind it. So CloudTrail is really made for, hey, you can start small with one machine, get basically insights within minutes, but then I can also scale that across my 100 factories and millions of machines, step by step, basically. Yeah, before jumping into the live demo, well, the good old slide with a lot of logos. So, I mean, obviously, we're super, super partner-driven. So we do connectivity. We need someone, well, providing an industrial IoT platform, already named Microsoft and AWS as our two big partners in that industry. We need someone in the factory gathering data. It's mainly sensor vendors like IFM, Pebble, Fixia, Mannheim, Turk. Those are our big partners there. And then we need someone doing something with the data, right? Creating business value out of data. And that's usually system integrators. I think there we've partnered with pretty much all big names globally on the SI side. Okay, so yeah, as I said, a lot of bold claims. So let me just show you how it works. So just jump over here. And I already prepared my little demo suitcase right here. All right. So I hope that's still up and running. Doesn't work up here, but here it works. So what we've got is basically one of our devices. That's a gateway device. And we've got a bunch of industrial sensors connected. So imagine we have a huge industrial asset here. Could be old, could be 40 years old. We're mounting additional sensors on it, like pressure sensor, for example. Oh, thank you, Mark. What a service. That's impressive. Well, I've got something like a laser distance sensor, a pressure sensor, temperature, vibration. So typical industrial sensors coming from the big brands like Pebble and Fuchsia and Mannheim. And our job is to connect them to the cloud. So we mount the sensors, then we go into our device management, which is cloud-based. Say something like, hey, I want to do a new connection and I want to work with sensors. Then the system basically tells me, well, I found an I/O module with 8 ports and here's a temperature sensor connected, a pressure sensor, and a vibration sensor, for example. I'll select it, go next, tell the system how often to send data, so twice per second, for example. Then I can send it into all the cloud systems, basically, or primarily AWS and Microsoft Azure, to be frank. All the others are not super relevant at the moment, at least what we see. So I'll just go with Sidewise, give the device a name, super creative here as usual, hit create, and that's pretty much it. So the system automatically connects that sensor into AWS, does all the magic with security, credentials, data normalization, asset models, basically everything, right? And if we go into Sidewise here, so that's now AWS. There's assets, there's a test machine, and the internet is super fast here. Here's actually the sensor I just created. And what we see is nothing so far. The internet is fantastic here. Was that even the right one? Yes. So let's wait a second. Well, I need to refresh probably. That sometimes helps with loosey internet connections. So let's go into test machine again. Select the sensor. And yeah, here we go. So finally, we have data. That's a vibration sensor. So if you're into vibration analysis, then you know the crest factor is quite a thing. And we basically already see data coming in. And if I do something like this here, now you know why this industrial stuff is shock resistant. Then you see basically, wow, there's been quite a shock on the machine. So it could be a broken bearing, for example. And now basically software developers, system integrators could start working with that data, could analyze that, and, for example, predict failures of that machine. So yeah, it's not an end-to-end industrial IoT application, but that's basically the first step. And that's the critical step in almost any industrial IoT use case. All right, that was Cloudera in a nutshell. So basically providing the bridge between the factory and the cloud. And yeah, again, thank you so much for having me here. Thanks for the mic.
Thank you, Felix. He will come back to barbecue, we told. Yeah.
Definitely back for barbecue.
He's perfectly. So, thank you for the moment. See you later. Want to come back on stage? We have 3 other participants here. First, I'd like to introduce Matthias Kruse from IHK. The fun part here is we had a session yesterday evening, so twice a week.
Good to see you again.
Absolutely, thank you. The pleasure was yesterday mine, and I think today will be too. Stefan Bley he's CEO of Network Smart Production, coming from cyber, so always about protection. And Dr. Ingo Ramesol, he's from Bosch Ventures. Happy to have you all here. And we discussed in the last 2 weeks in our sessions what we want to present. And I was told to keep it briefly and in time. So I'd like to start with you, Mr. Bley. You told me about the live demonstrator you have here in Blaze and being run. Maybe you can...
Does it work? Oh, yes, great. So my name is Stefan Bley, CEO of Network Smart Production. I have also prepared some slides, but I think we skip it to save time and make it easier. 3 or 2 words, what are we doing? We founded a network at 6.5 years ago to combine industry, startups and solution provider, research organizations not like Fraunhofer is not member in the network, but all other universities, Hochschule, DHBW, all you can imagine here in Mannheim, to bring them together to show what digitalization on production area is possible to do. That's a short form. And of course, if you think about this, you come to the point how to do that. Especially if you think about the important SMEs, the small mid-sized companies, how to present them what's possible and what's useful, for example, not the universal stuff, what's useful. And that's why we build a demonstrator. And yeah, of course, the Mafinex is also member in our network. And we had now, after 4 years, we have a great demonstrator over there. I invite you to have a look at later on. I'm not that long here, but for sure an hour more, and we can show you what's possible in the network and in the digitalization.
Thank you. Please visit it. It's very interesting, and I think it's worth the time. So have a look at this machine. Very interesting. Thank you. Dr. Ramazol, Bosch is already investing in Israel, and I can only strongly encourage all the companies who haven't thought about investing in Israel, scouting tech, and so on. What's your perspective on the Israeli market, especially coming back to the Israeli and Baden-Württemberg perspective? How is Bosch investing and why, maybe?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. So it's a pleasure. I'm basically just coming back. I just came back yesterday evening together with some other participants here from Israel. So my impressions are still relatively fresh. Before Corona, I usually went there every 3 to 6 months. We have an office there since 2009, I would say. And RBVC, Robert Bosch Venture Capital, is investing into startups since 15 years now. Not only in Israel, also in the US. Now in the West Coast, we will open an office at the East Coast very soon. We are investing in China. I worked a couple of years in China, worked in Korea before, and I'm coming back to the title of this round, from the land. I live in Stuttgart. So we are investing into startups with different intentions. So first of all, we are a tech company. Bosch is a technology company. A lot of technology is coming out of Israel. Yeah, this is true, I would say, at least since the 90s, when government decided to support this industry. And we would like not only to have successful investments, so we are like an institutional investor investing into startups, holding startups and selling startups at the end, making money with that, certainly. But we also would like to cooperate with startups. And if we would like to cooperate with them, we need somehow a good deal flow. We need to know the startups worldwide. And I very much like Israel. What was not mentioned today, it's also the food. It's good. Yeah, and the weather is nice. And the wine, yeah. But I also like the entrepreneurship in Israel. So this is really different to the rest of the world. It's a bit comparable with Silicon Valley sometimes, but it has a specific flavor. And you really talk to entrepreneurs, and this is much different to the land often. If I'm discussing term sheets with startups in Israel, then it's really eye on eye level. So it's really refreshing and smooth. Everybody knows the rules, and there are many really good and clever people there. So the feeder and seeder system really works in Israel. So feeder is certainly the VC industry and partly the government. But also the seeder from Tel Aviv University, from Weizmann, where we also have a lot of R&D cooperation with Bosch, is really refreshing and good. Yeah, and I can only encourage everybody to go there. You will not immediately find the best startup. It takes a while until you have a deal flow and a system, and this is the second approach we have beside the investment. We call this Open Bosch. It's a very structured way now. We have 15 years of experience of cooperating with startups. We have now established a very structured way to cooperate with startups. Setting up POCs in a structured way with an experienced management team, with a kickoff, an intermediate review, and a closing. It's very structured in terms of time. So we kill every project which is longer than 4 months. We pay every startup, so there is no POC for free. Yeah, that's good, but it also brings a little bit commitment. It's fast, and it's now rolling out across our entire company. So it's not just our venture organization, which is relatively small, but we have now a large network in the entire Bosch world. It's 400,000 employees, and I would say we have now more than 50 venture manager around the world knowing how the system is working, and we get this in speed. Yeah, because neither the startups nor we have a lot of time to do discussions about IPs up front or setting up any kind of cooperation. We exactly start from the first minute, and we have a result after 4 months, finish. Yeah, and this is a practice which is relatively good working, and I hope the startups in Israel also appreciate this, because they very quickly get a feedback from us. They have a project, they can put the Bosch logo on their sales pipeline. It helps for fundraising, and if they're really good, they also get money from us.
Thank you, very interesting. Mr. Kruse, yesterday we had a very brief discussion about how the IHK, or IHK in German, can help companies establish their footprint in other countries. Maybe you can elaborate some info about how to contact institutions like the IHK, and why should I, as a company, as a German company, come to your place and discuss new approaches for going abroad, for example?
Well, thank you very much. Probably the best reason is because we have a large network. You've already met someone of our large network. This is Michael Weinberg from the AHK, from the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce in Israel. We are all over the world, in the Silicon Valley, in the Shenzhen, wherever you name it, also in the high spots of innovation. And that enables you, for example, also if you are grown up, to get in touch with innovators, with startups all over the world, in this case from Israel. Please also, maybe I take the chance for the German chambers here also to invite you to come to the AHK or to come to us in order to meet the grown-ups, because I think you have a lot of opportunities in collaboration. Concerning the industry, we have kind of different companies. You've met global players like Bosch. They're all over the world with their innovation scouts. Like you've mentioned, you've been in the Silicon Valley, you have your location in Israel. That is not possible for all companies. We have another group of companies, the world market leader, like Stihl you have met. They are also capable of doing that. And then we have the so-called hidden champions. They are kind of smaller already. They are world market leaders in their field, but they don't, in general, have the capabilities to come with, for example, with AI solutions. So when they come to the question make or buy, they would rather probably buy AI solution, and that's your chance. And it's also your chance to collaborate with them, to get them as early adopters, like we have also talked about today, because they know that they have to innovate in order to be in the front line, to be state of class in their particular fields. And yeah, please ask us to get connected with them. They're looking for it. Please also, part of our network is the state ministry. We are very fond to work together with you. Part of our network is also here, the Mafinex, for example, the incubators in Baden-Württemberg, which are also a great place actually to start your business in Europe, be it here in Mannheim, be it in Heilbronn. We've talked about Heilbronn a lot as well, but also all over Stuttgart, Tübingen, Ulm, and so on. Yeah, just get in contact with us.
Thank you. Maybe speaking to the Israeli participants today, maybe 1 or 2 advices. Why should Israeli startups or grown-up companies come to Baden-Württemberg, and, as we're here in Mannheim, come to Mannheim and start their journey in Europe here?
I think we've heard already a lot of arguments doing that, because in Mannheim you have a lot of industry companies producing very intelligent things. Just even I heard Pepper and Fuchs, for example, the sensor company, ABB, you have BASF across the Rhine, and all a lot of huge companies just across John Deere, Daimler. I can even follow up half an hour name dropping. These are all companies located close round about Mannheim. That's why I'm talking. But if you look a little bit far away around Stuttgart, Karlsruhe, you have a lot of companies which are facing all the named problems within IoT, AI, connectivity, networking, security. They're all facing these new topics and problems, and they all have, let me say, not say fear, but something like that, to do the right step at the right time. And I think there are a lot of, what I've seen today, a lot of very interesting startup companies helping there and possible to help. But just mentioned sorry, I forgot the name, the nice lady with the IoT things and CloudRail. Don't see that colleague. Yeah, he left. Two things I would, from scratch, could name companies, go there, meet them, meet us in the network, connect them, to help them overcoming these hurdles.
Thank you. Dr. Ramazan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, as I explained before, so we have high interest in getting connected with these innovative companies, to cooperate with them. These companies will find a lot of customer here. I'm pretty sure. I think this is more the default, because Israel has no real home market, so they either go to US, China, or Europe, and there are a lot of industrial big players here, like Bosch and others certainly, which could be their customer. The only advice, if I'm asked for an advice, the only advice I would like to give is to make expectations clear. A cooperation with a startup is not a value as such. Either there is a benefit or there is nothing. There is waste. And most people exchange startup with innovation as such. You have to work hard to get this key point of innovation, and not because this is a startup. It doesn't mean that it is better than any other solution. You have to find out the really disruptive thing in the startup. And here I would say the land has some homework to do, really to be open for these kind of companies, and to adapt them faster. And the cultural differences which we have seen, they are there, obviously. And we are rather competing with US companies here, because the default way of an Israeli company is to start in the US. That's default. So we have to be better for them, bringing more business, bringing more benefits. That's the competition I see.
I think one of the benefits we have, or our companies have for you, is the production knowledge that they have. We are much better than the Americans. And that might be also why our companies will be interesting for you as early adopters. And one of the advantages as Israeli startups is for our companies, that they know, or that you have a high reputation as an innovative country, especially due to your cybersecurity solutions in the past. For example, coming from your, basically everybody knows your units like 8200, for example, or 81, that you have very special units in your special forces. And what we don't know so far are your AI solutions. But maybe also because you already have this reputation of being very innovative, I think many companies will listen to you, but then you will have to prove your business case, like the colleague has said. Then it's really important to say what makes you unique, what's your USP here.
Thank you very much. Concerning time, I think we're just in time. I'd strongly recommend for all of you, if you haven't thought about reaching out to Israel, to Israeli industry, and vice versa to German companies, think about it, start today. Coming from cyber, I'd say let's join forces, and I think this is the best for both of us, for the Israeli part and for the German part. Thank you very much. Thanks to my guys here, and let's talk later on at barbecue. Thank you.
Number 2.
Good. So we have 2 more pitches before our barbecue starts. Utilligent. So actually, I cannot say a company, but I know Utilligent for I think now 1.5 years. The first talk we had together. Since then, Utilligent made an incredible progress. They got into, correct me if I'm wrong, to one of the lucrative programs of the Ministry of Economy, right? And they got twice already, okay, and they got grants and doing very good. And now we will hear from Aviv about the progress of Utilligent and what they can offer to the German industry. So Aviv, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, thank you all for staying that late. It's really, I'm really happy to see all these faces. About Utilligent. So, Utilligent is an Israeli startup located in Tel Aviv with an aim to change the professional equipment market with its ability to add an AI layer. I'm sure you haven't heard the word AI for like 2 seconds, so I'm going to say that again, an AI layer to any piece of equipment. So, we've heard so much about the words equipment and AI. When we say these words, we mostly look at 2 types of equipment. One of them is the industrial equipment, and the other one is the consumer equipment. In both industries, there are many mature solutions that provide analytics both to the equipment manufacturers and to the equipment owners. But there is an industry of equipment, professional equipment, that actually got left behind. And that's professional equipment is the equipment that we all know from hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, retails, chains, everywhere, supporting our day-to-day life. Now, this equipment is slightly different because it is not located in the facility, in the factory. It is located with the customer site. And this equipment, unlike industrial and consumer equipment, has very limited capabilities around collecting data and analyzing data. In this industry, there are no available solutions out there for either the OEMs, the manufacturer, or the owners of the equipment. And this is where Utilligent is focused. How does this industry look? Well, more or less, that's the picture. Manufacturers, they do a one-time sale. They manufacture equipment and they ship it over to the customers. More or less, this is the last time that they see or get in touch with their own equipment. What's wrong with that? The fact that after-sale revenue can be 400 up to 800% higher than the one-time off revenue that they get from just selling the equipment. But without being in touch with the equipment, without getting data from the equipment, they cannot provide after-sale services. For the owners of the equipment, exact opposite of the problem. The owner of the equipment is using the equipment anywhere between 10 to 20 years. He gets some sort of service only for the first 3 years. The question is, what do we do for the rest of the time, for the rest of the lifespan of that equipment? Well, he is investing, maintaining, replenishing, purchasing over and over new equipment in order to maintain some sort of fleet health and age to reduce his failure events. And they're investing millions of dollars, but still they get very similar rates of failure and loss despite all their efforts. Our solution, we're enabling equipment as a service approach. There are many types of equipment as a service approaches. Some of them are strict, some of them are hybrid. But the important thing is we know how to generate the right insights that are relevant either for the manufacturer or the equipment owner. They don't always align with their interests, but each and everyone has interest in equipment, and we provide for each and every one of them the relevant insights. How we do that? Well, just like the doctor listens to our heart, and based on the pulse and what he sees, he can tell you what is your health condition, what are you doing right now, are you sleeping, exercising, and how many calories you've burned, and so on. We listen to the pulse of any type of equipment, anywhere. And we are a solution that provides both the hardware, it's a small sensing meter for the electricity, and it also has cellular communication. So with that regards, we are completely independent. Wherever we are installed, we can collect the data and send it to a cloud, and we do not need the permission of a hospital to use their Wi-Fi or whatever. What are we doing with that information? So when we're creating an AI layer to any kind of equipment, what we're providing is actually transparency to the customers and to the equipment manufacturers. Transparency about the health level of that equipment. Transparency about the operational risk of every piece of equipment. Its efficiency, how it is being used, what is the carbon footprint of that equipment, and so on and so forth. And for every customer and every manufacturer, even from the same type of equipment, they will have different aspects that they want to know. Some of them relate to consumption, others relate to efficiency. We provide for each and every one of them what they want to know. And just to make it a little bit more clear, few stories from our customers. Nespresso. Nespresso is, after having a long process with them, we have shown them that only a third of their commercial coffee machine fleet is generating around 70% of their revenue. They didn't know that. Now they will not invest as they always did with all the equipment equally. They will focus their attention to the really mission-critical coffee machines. And this is good both for Nespresso and to the customers. The other thing is that we've shown them that calcium accumulation contributes 20% to the emission of every coffee machine. Now, ESG is an important goal for Nespresso, and therefore these kind of insights are really focused towards their goals. Philips Healthcare are manufacturing CT imaging machines. We actually never thought of working with Philips because I just said previously that professional equipment is really relatively simple equipment with not many sensors or data collection abilities there. And cities, well, they're loaded with sensors and they have huge capability around processing data. But they approached us and we actually signed an agreement with them only after 4 weeks. That was the fastest deal we ever done anywhere. And what they want our perspective because we are connected to the machine from the outside, not from the inside. That provides different point of views. And at the end, of course, it's important to say, our goal is to fusion the data. And this is what we do. They have their analytics and their insights. We have ours. Fusioning the data is the most powerful approach out there. The last thing that they wanted our solution is because whenever you're trying to change anything with a city machine, you need to go through a rigorous, long and expensive process of regulation. And our equipment is not touching the hardware at all. This is why they prefer to work with our solution. It's easier and cheaper to implement. An example from Germany. So Allweiler they have tried to build their own solution. And we find, and this is a very good use case for many typical things that we see here in Germany, the Mittelstand companies are aware of the need to provide services. Many of them have tried to build their own solution of collecting data and analyzing data and providing insights, both to their customers and to themselves. They also have R&D and needs. Most of them did not manage to proceed to go through that process. These are skills that they do not have. We can provide them with a solution with weeks, and the risk on their side is minimal. And this is one of the beauties of our solution. The last use case that I will show here is a very common use case that is relevant both to food. Shufersal, a very large supermarket chain, the largest in Israel. Clalit, the largest healthcare organization in Israel. And Hazera. If you've ever eaten a tomato, they are developing tomato seeds and other fruit and vegetable seeds. Hazera is one of the biggest companies in the world for that. Well, medical, research, and food refrigeration units store extremely valuable content. With the medical and research industry, every cabinet holds anywhere between $50,000 up to millions of dollars worth of goods. These are cabinets, small, simple equipment. And what do they have, these companies, to work with? They have a temperature sensor that screams out only when it's too late. We are providing these companies complete transparency about their equipment, about its operational risk, its efficiency, and also recommendations about, all right, so this year we're going to buy 100 new pieces of equipment. Which one should we replace, and which one, and from which supplier should we buy them? This is the information that today they don't have. This is my last slide. So far, we're here in Germany because, as just been said, we know technology, but we work in an area of OEMs and large equipment fleets. We don't have many of these in Israel. In Germany, you do. This is why we think that collaboration will be excellent, and this is why we are here. The other reason is we are starting just now a funding round. So far, we've raised $2.3 million from Tel Aviv University and from Cornerstone Ventures. We have a fully operational solution. Just started sales, so we have a little bit of revenues, not so much actually. And we are looking to raise $5 million. Thank you very much.
Any question for Aviv? The barbecue. Okay, the barbecue. We keep it offline. So last but not least, okay, Galuli, Yair Rudik. Yair, you have 2 challenges. First is, you are the last one, so to keep the audience alert. Second thing, to speak in the right pace, yeah?
First of all, thank you, everyone. And yeah, I'm the last presentation, so I appreciate everyone who made it to the end. And I don't want to be the last thing before barbecue, so won't go too fast, but not too slow either. So I should present myself. I'm Yair Rudik. I'm the account executive at Galuli, responsible for the German and Polish markets. Galuli is a Tel Aviv-based scale-up that has a remote monitoring and management solution for distributed assets and industrial facilities. In essence, what we're doing is converting data into cash and CO2 savings. Here you can see 2 of our large clients, such as ATC, the Tower Co, and Webfontaine. 2 of our larger clients that we've already been helping for a number of years significantly reduce their operational expenses and their energy costs. So today, Galuli is active in over 41 countries worldwide. We have over 2,000 partners and clients actively using our solution. As I said, our headquarters are located in Tel Aviv, We just actually opened a Houston office, and we have 3 offices in Africa, specifically in Uganda, Kenya, and Nigeria, where actually the company was started. So at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is become a single source of truth for multiple industries. What we're doing is allowing our clients to manage all their assets on one single platform. So at the end of the day, we have both a software and hardware solution. However, our focus is the software to really enable our clients to effectively manage all their assets. So if we look at some of the use cases, today we have clients who include data centers, specifically edge data centers, mobile telecom operators. Specifically today, we're monitoring over 30,000 telecom sites, mostly in Africa, but also in South America, North America, and a few even here in Europe. Renewable energy sites and microgrids, as well as fleets, and also now industrial facilities. And in terms of industrial facilities, that ranges all the way from ATMs and bank branches actually to embassies. So quite a diverse client list today. We're of course GDPR compliant and ISO certified for everything that has to do with data. So to talk a little bit about what our software allows, first of all, visibility of IoT devices allows you to monitor your site in real time, to be updated about events that happen at your sites, and also to react. Pretty much descriptive maintenance. We also analyze big data. Our system collects 100 data points from every asset every minute. So quite a lot of data going into our system, which are able then to process that through AI and machine learning and actually provide actionable insights to our customers. Not only descriptive, but also predictive maintenance and operations. Our software is fully configurable to really answer the KPIs of our clients, of course, and we also provide financial impact through automatic reporting for things such as energy costs, solar savings, and things like that. We could talk a little bit more about that in a second. We also provide predictive and dynamic active control. What that means is in order to set up my site to make sure it's operating as efficiently as possible. So meaning I'm using my solar panels, during the heat of the day. I'm not operating my generator when I'm also taking electricity from the grid and so forth. But also we also provide dynamic active control, meaning for some of our clients as a premier service, we actually let them turn on and off their generators and batteries at their sites remotely, just using our software. So what really sets us apart is, first of all, the actionable insights. We've been operating in this field for over 9 years, and we're actually collecting over 2 billion data points daily. So we have quite a bit of experience, and we effectively know how to provide insights to our customers to really help them save money and to reduce their carbon footprint. Also, as I said, automatic control. We can really let you manage your entire asset, via our software, and also to turn on and off whatever assets you need. And of course, we're also a holistic solution. So not only are we letting our clients manage thousands of their assets on one single platform, but we're also agnostic, meaning that we can actually use existing IoT or other types of hardware that already exist at sites and connect to that through API connectivity and protocol management. So right here is just an example of one of the dashboards on our software solution. We provide over 20 different types of dashboards. This is an example of sustainability, which I think is pretty relatable for this summit. What we can see here is just a single example of a client who has over 1,400 sites under operation. And what they're able to do is see actually how much CO2 they're emitting at the site, what their solar savings are, and of course to also compare between different assets and sites to know which sites are my worst performing in terms of sustainability, but also costing me the most, and vice versa, which are my best performing sites. And then we're able to actually take that and then really to optimize it in order to create both sustainability and cost savings, as I mentioned. So here we take an example of one of our clients, our large mobile telecom clients, actually mostly based in Africa. So if you look between 2017 and 2021, we enabled this client to save over 200,000 metric tons of CO2, which is the equivalent to taking 45,000 cars off the road each year. In addition, we also helped enable them to reduce their monthly average generator hours by 68% and their fuel consumption by 52%. So that reduction in fuel consumption is equivalent to a reduction of 30 million USD a month, which over that time period is over $400 million in savings, which is pretty significant, I'd have to say. So here's just a few examples of use cases. We have quite a bit of use cases, but we won't go over them all here right now. First is just energy optimization, right? We allow you to control and manage your asset and to know what in terms of what my energy use is at the site. So what we've shown is actually a lot of our customers have been able to reduce their energy loss by 90%, which is pretty significant. We also provide remote battery analytics to know, when my battery is on and off, but also more in-depth insights such as state of charge, state of health, how many cycles my battery has gone through, and so forth. And what we've actually shown to be able to do is extend the lifetime of the battery, and also a lot of our partners, specifically FIAM and Polarium, also extend the warranties on some of these batteries. In addition, we have a patented BMS, so battery management system, and anti-theft solution. Unfortunately, in a lot of the regions that we're working in, specifically in Africa, but also you'd be surprised here in Europe, about 15% of sites do see attempted thefts of batteries, because we deal with both lead acid and lithium-ion batteries. So the price for these can go from anywhere from $500 to $5,000 a piece. And when you have 20, 40 batteries at a site, it's a pretty significant amount of hardware expenses. So not only do we provide anti-theft, that in terms of if someone moves the battery, you automatically get an SMS and an email update, but we also provide GPS tracking, where you can actually track the batteries for several days afterwards and recover them. So we've actually had quite a few experiences with different police forces in different countries recovering batteries. And then one of the last use cases is fuel consumption. So what we're able to do is also through analytics to know how much fuel you're using at a site, if your generator is running optimally, or any other fuel using asset, and also to actually prevent fraud in terms of what I'm paying for fuel, because a lot of times you'll have, let's say for our mobile telecom operators, they have a site in the middle of the desert, a fuel truck pulls up, fills up their generator with fuel, and then they send you a bill. You don't really know how much fuel is there, so we're actually able to really see how much fuel you received, and to, of course, through that prevent fraud, which can be quite a bit of money, especially with fuel prices today. So just to wrap up, in terms of what we're looking to do here in Germany, so as I mentioned, we actually started in Africa, and we're now expanding to North America and Europe. Specifically, one of our target markets is Germany. And at this point, what we're really looking for is distributors and system integrators who can help us penetrate into the market. So, of course, we're always interested in end clients, but really, right now, we're looking for the strategic partners here in Germany. So if you have any questions or you want to discuss further, I'll be in the barbecue. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Last thing before we wrap up, Emma, where are you? Yeah. I've been told to give you 2 minutes, not more. I'm sure you'll manage.
Thank you.
All right, please.
Just give me one minute. Thank you. Well, that's 1 minute done then. Right. Yeah, thanks for having me here. Just 1 second. While it's loading, I think. Was muss ich tun? So.
Yeah, I guess.
Perfect. Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm Emma from Pioniergeist, an innovation hub in Stuttgart, and we want to enable startups to come to Baden-Württemberg. Yeah, why enter a market? You cannot even pronounce the name. As you already know, Baden-Württemberg has a deep understanding for entrepreneurship, but also an extensive expertise in mechanical engineering, architecture, and other industries. It is home for startups, medium-sized companies, and corporates, the best starting point for innovation, growth, and co-creation. Therefore, we believe the one thing that shouldn't be tough, as the name already is coming to Stuttgart as a startup. Yeah, how would you do that? I mean, German bureaucracy is everything but easy and transparent. So in order to generate first partnerships and customers here in Stuttgart, the startup welcome package will give you the support, or the startups the support they need to make the first steps. The project includes a 4-week on-site program with introductions to relevant corporates, individual mentoring, expert insights, a community, and of course, cultural experience with pretzels and beer. I would say yes, the cliche is true, or at least to some extent. The good part is that the project is sponsored by the Stuttgart region, so costs are covered for 1 member per startup. So yeah, how can we build partnerships together and strengthen cultures together? I'm looking forward to get in touch with you via LinkedIn, mail, or outside offline. Thank you. I hope this wasn't much more than 1 minute or 2. Thank you.
Well done, Emma. Thank you very much. And by that, we have concluded our content part. I would like again to thank you for hosting us here, the Ministry of Economy, Labor and Tourism. To you, the audience that stayed with us until 6:05, very much appreciated. to the companies from Israel who came all the way, and of course to everyone who presented here. Would like to say something? Yes, please.
Just one thing, a big thank you to Doron for having the whole day. Thank you.
All right. And now we're having the barbecue outside and the wine. I prefer German beer, but okay. Good. All right. So meet you. Where is it? Here outside? No, we need to go straight. Okay, you will find the way. You can follow us. Thank you.